Cruz, Trustee Allen, Trustee Bluford Daniels, and myself. Trustees, please put your microphone on mute and turn your video on so our colleagues and the public can see you. We are now joined by Trustee Sung. Okay, we recognize the month of September 15th through October 15th. Oh. Thank you. It is. All right. We recognize the month of September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. I'd like to ask Trustee Cruz, our board's second vice president, to please read the proclamation.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute. Give me just a second. Sorry. Sorry, I'm trying to pull it up. I should have had it ready. Okay.
We've been joined by Trustee Bluford Daniels, Trustee Sung, Trustee Santos, and Trustee Flynn Villaseca. Go ahead, Trustee Cruz.
Okay. We recognize the month of September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. Oh, sorry, you already said that. Whereas Hispanic heritage and culture have played an invaluable role in the history of our city, state, and country, making possible many successes that pave the way for our modern society. And whereas Hispanic city and community leaders continue this rich tradition, contributing time, expertise, and resources, making a positive impact on citizens, families, and students in the Houston area. And whereas Hispanic parents, PTA, PTO members, and family members bring to our schools a wealth of knowledge, leadership, support, and an ability to vastly enhance the educational experience of students. And whereas Hispanic administrators, teachers, and staff are making a lifelong difference in the lives of our children by sharing their wisdom and guidance, and by dedicating themselves to providing the top quality education all students need to successfully pursue their dreams. And whereas Hispanic students enrich the lives of fellow students, the school district, and understanding of all. Now, therefore, we, the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools of the Houston Independent School District, do hereby proclaim September 15th to October 15th, 2020, Hispanic Heritage Month in HISD, and we encourage the tradition of the Hispanic culture. In witness thereof of this 10th day of September, 2020.
Thank you, Trustee Cruz. We are now ready to hear from Dr. Lathan on instructional continuity. Trustees, please hold your questions until after her presentation. Thank you.
Trustees. So we opened up the 2020-21 school year on Tuesday. I want to first share with trustees a snapshot of enrollment as of yesterday. We've actually just, prior to coming into this meeting, received some updated numbers, but I'll share with you as of yesterday. This is a breakdown of how many students attended each of the digital learning centers. Remember, the centers were established as a requirement if a student had not received a device. As it relates to online attendance, you see the breakdown by elementary, middle, and high school. So we had a total of 167,000. Can you mute? Okay. 160,408 students that participated on yesterday. As of today, right before this meeting, our federal and state compliance shared that the membership for today attendance is 167,163 students. As you can see, trustees, each day enrollment is continuing to climb. As we compare, and what we do from year to year in our reports is we compare the same day to the previous year. So last year on the third day of school, this was the total. So the last year, third day of school, it was $199,312. Today, it's $167,163. Okay, and remember, I'm giving you the numbers that I just received before coming in. So we always compare like that. Students within reach, you've heard a lot of conversation, and trustees, we've been very transparent as a district as it relates to participation or lack of participation by students when the district closed in March. Our goal was to locate those students that were not engaged during a certain time period. And so we set a goal to try to reach out to those families and other families that we actually had concerns around. As of last Friday, September 4th, we were able to reach 6,272 students of those 8,400 that we had identified that had not participated in virtual learning last spring. Our plan is to continue to update that list and to continue to reach out to students. Also, tomorrow, we will pull additional attendance numbers, create a list so that we can locate students that are still on the rosters. That's ongoing and will be ongoing, trustees, throughout the entire school year as we work to locate students who have enrolled in HISD but have not started or engaged in online learning or attended one of our learning centers. So let's talk about the transition plan, because I think there is some confusion out there as it relates to the item that actually I'm asking the board to approve tonight, which is a requirement from TEA that the board take approve a resolution to, if needed, extend virtual learning. So on July 15th, I announced that we would be starting the school year operating the first 6 weeks in a virtual environment, with always the goal to transition students back starting on Monday, October 19th, bringing those students back. TEA this summer, around the same time we made the announcement about the opening of school, made a decision that districts would have 4 weeks automatically for virtual learning or online learning. If those weeks, beyond the 4 weeks, so weeks 4 through 8, would need a board resolution, and that is what's being presented tonight. The resolution tonight asks the board to give us up until October 30th if something happens in our city, like we saw around July 4th when I made the decision on July 15th for us to delay learning. But our goal is to start bringing back students, larger groups of students, let me say it like that, on Monday, October 19th. That has not changed unless something major happens, and we're going to talk about what the metrics look like. So the Harris County Department of Public Health released a school reopening guide for school districts in Harris County. They released this document about 3 weeks ago. And so our communicable disease committee, they reconvened the committee to look at the data that was presented by Harris County and to align that with our gauge and the information that we presented in our reopening plan. And as you can see, moving from level 1, we're currently, as a city and a county, still on level 1, then level 2, level 3, and level 4. With the recommendation that came from the Harris County Department of Public Health, as you transition and as the city and county transitions to each level, they talk about engagement or recommendations of when you bring students back. But you can start bringing small groups of students back. Their recommendation was at orange in small groups, okay? And so we're using this as a reference to make our decisions. But I want to make sure the committee wanted to make, through Mr. Salazar, wanted it to be very clear that we as a committee, as a community, we agree and support the document, but not 100% full adoption, only because it might conflict with some rules for TEA. Let me give you an example. I'm going to skip ahead a couple slides and I'll go back. I'll tell you why. I thought I moved them around. Now, digital learning centers. We support the recommendation from the Harris County Department of Health. But TEA, if you remember I said at the beginning, TEA said you can operate in a virtual format, but in order to operate in a virtual format, you must still provide an option for students and families that do not have access to technology or that do not have reliable internet. Because I know I've heard all week, and I know even some trustees said, well, we're saying it's unsafe, but we opened schools. You're right. Our funding depends on us following the rules and meeting the requirements of TEA. This is why we opened up the digital learning centers. Did I do? So as it relates to the digital learning centers, there are 36 strategically placed across the district based on the numbers that were in the computer 2 weeks ago that showed we needed still technology for like between 15,000 and 18,000 students. The number does change daily. We're going to talk about technology in a minute. Students were assigned based on their home school. There are a cluster of schools that are assigned to a digital learning center, mainly around a feeder pattern. We are providing digital learning centers are prepared. Health screenings are administered when staff and students enter the building. All PPE is being provided by the district. These are the locations of the digital learning centers. The home school assigns the student to their learning center. So it's not just you walk up and you go in. They must be assigned. That is for security reasons, safety reasons, that we need to be able to track all students that have been assigned to the digital learning centers. Of course, breakfast and lunch is being provided. Transportation, trustees, when we had our discussion, probably the 1st of August, when we talked about our reopening plan, we talked about the requirements around these digital learning centers. Initially, we said no transportation would be provided. Trustees, you shared that there was some concerns that you felt that we should be able to provide transportation. So we took that feedback to heart, and we are providing transportation to the students. They're being shuttled from their home school to their assigned learning centers. And notice I'm using the word shuttle. This is something we are not used to in HISD. And the reason we're using shuttle, and we're shuttling using a bus shuttle service, is we're only placing 26 students on a bus at a time. So we drop off that 26 group of students, the bus goes back to that same location, and they're constantly running those shuttles from 6:15 to 7:45. Breakfast starts at 7:45 at the learning center, so if parents are dropping students off, they have the opportunity to do that. And then we start picking up students at 3 o'clock. We talked about that. Students are required to wear masks. We have hand sanitizers on the bus. All of our bus drivers are prepared. They've done a great job this week of transporting our students. I want to go back to technology. I apologize for skipping ahead, but I want to make sure everyone understands the connection between the virtual learning and the requirements around digital learning digital learning centers. Technology, big discussion. We've heard a lot about technology since March. These are the device standards. I know we shared this with you, trustees, when we brought the amended budget to you in August. Just want to refresh everyone's memory of how with the type of devices that we are deploying as a district. Pre-K2 students receive iPads. Students in grades 3 through 8 receive Chromebooks, Windows laptops, and then our high school students receive laptops. Remember, high school through Power Up has been in existence for almost 6 years now, and so those students have always had their own device. Elementary and middle school students, we've partnered also with Communities in Schools, CompUdot, and all of our campuses have also deployed all of their available inventory. We have 6 middle schools that are participating in a Verizon's Innovators Learning Zone, and those schools also are one-to-one as it relates to those 6 middle schools. And we actually launched that program pre-COVID, and I believe some additional campuses will be joining. So let's talk about the devices needed. Remember, I've shared, trustees, and Mr. Gilhousen reminds me every day, 10 times a day, when I ask him 10 times a day, where are we on devices? The numbers will continue to change. The requirement is that principals or school staff are required to put into the computer if a device is needed for a child. That is their requirement at campus level. Mr. Gilhousen and his team, they're responsible for pulling a report to see, okay, how many outstanding devices are out there. If the information is not in the computer or if it's incorrect, we are using the information from the reports that we pull. As of today, we're showing we need 12,205 devices. That's what we can pull from HISD Connect, which is our student information system, And that's what we're working on now, deploying devices to those students. No responses. These are people that we have either not shown up to a campus, contacted their campuses, that we're still trying to locate information on students. That will, after tomorrow, that should get reconciled, because if students have not engaged per what we do every year, they have not engaged after the first week of school, then they're considered a no-show. They're technically dropped off of our rolls until they re-enroll. And that is a process that has nothing to do with COVID. Now, just to give you a breakdown again of devices that we've purchased. In April/May, we purchased about 25,000 devices. We had those deployed by August. In July, we purchased an additional 70,000 devices. As of yesterday, trustees, we received 6,600 more devices. You'll take the 6,600, subtract it from the 12,205. That's how we're getting those numbers. As I've said, we are receiving daily shipments, waiting for them to come in. Did something come today? Okay. So good. So we're getting there. And I want to make sure I pause and not only thank Chief Gilhouse and the technology team, but all members of Team HISD, our schools. We have done an outstanding job of getting devices in children's hands. I have been saying since March, if you don't have a device, notify your school. Now, did we have some students that did not receive a device, or maybe it wasn't properly coded in our system? Yes, and that happens. But we're going to keep trying until we get a device in every child's hand that needs it. These are hotspots, so when I'm saying devices, I want to make sure everyone understands. I'm talking about a laptop, Chromebook, or laptop. Oh, iPad. Thank you, iPad. Existing programs around hotspots and connectivity. Based on the information we received, we have about 26,000 students that were identified that they were in need of a hotspot. We have deployed, in April and May, we deployed 6,000 hotspots. July and August, we deployed another 34,000 hotspots. We still have additional hotspots coming in. Additional information, we've deployed 2,000 devices to teachers and teachers without devices. As it relates overall for students, 37,500 devices for elementary and middle school students, and then additional 17,000 internet hotspots will be deployed by on this past Tuesday. So it relates to instruction. Board members, also tonight, you are being asked to approve to give me authority to submit an application to TEA to submit our asynchronous learning plan. The plan, just like talked about the requirement under A2, we are required to abide by TEA's requirements as it relates to the minutes per day. Based on various grade levels. There must be daily interaction as it relates to math, language arts, science, social studies. Schools can follow the traditional schedules, and then also we have block scheduling as it relates to some of our high schools. These are just the requirements for teachers delivering those short, synchronous, direct instruction daily lessons. There's daily engagement between the teachers and the students. I actually was able to observe that virtually on the first day of school. Teachers are also providing feedback. They have 45 minutes of office hours where students and parents can talk with the teachers about particular assignments and get clarification. Also, our lessons are student-facing lessons, so when teachers give students an assignment and then they're going off on their own working independently, we wanted to make sure that they were engaging. For the student that had to work independently, they were based on the virtual teaching best practices, of course, aligned to the teacher-facing lessons, and it was easy for students to access that information. This is just an example. Then we have virtual interventions, just like we would normally do during the school day. That is synchronous, which means it's live and interactive with the classroom teacher. Special education, assuring that in our learning management system, which is our hub, that their accessibility features are built in to provide assistance to our special education students. These are the various tools that are available, but everything is based on the child's IEP. Also for our English learners, ensuring that they have the Immersive Reader app. It helps them as it relates to being able to understand instruction, and it is available in various languages. I know that is very important to all of us. Also, there's virtual tutoring available for our immigrant students. Social and emotional supports, the supports that we provided pre-COVID and also during COVID continue for our students and our families, utilizing a lot of support from our wraparound specialists. As a reminder, we're encouraging still our parents to take the Parent Introduction to Virtual Learning course. We also, if you trustees, I shared with you a couple weeks ago, all of our students are being required to also take a course, a COVID safety course. Just a reminder, we have curbside pickup meals at 86 campuses across the district. We're providing those meals from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. daily. They're prepackaged breakfast and lunch and per student. We do need proof of enrollment in any district school. Once again, breakfast and lunch also is being provided to students at our digital learning centers. So in summary, trustees, just as we start getting ready for Monday, October 19th, which is the date we're planning to bring our students back for in-person learning, we will also be phasing our staff back in over the next month in preparation for our students returning on Monday, October 19th. Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Lathan. I know this is a really difficult time, not just for HISD, but for districts throughout our community, the greater Houston community, throughout our state, throughout our country. Educators have been called to do something that they've never been asked to do before, and there are no best practices to necessarily look to know what is the right thing to do. And I appreciate the thought that you and your team have put into this. The needs of an urban district might differ from a suburban district or a rural district, and even between urban districts they might differ. So I appreciate the thought that's gone into this, and I appreciate your presentation this evening. So I'm going to open it up now to questions from my colleagues. Trustees, we are going to do 2 rounds of questions of 2 minutes each, and please use the chat feature to request to speak. Let's start with Trustee Adams and Board Services. We'll track time.
Thank you. I have a question, Dr. Lathan. Have we cross-checked those students who have not logged in, the 7,200 plus students? Have we looked at their registration office to see if they've transferred? Have we cross-referenced with maybe possible transfer students?
And thank you, Trustee Adams, for that question. That actually will occur tomorrow. Like I said, teachers are reaching out and principals and staff to the students that are on the rosters. But if students do not engage by tomorrow, they are dropped from the school's roster. So it's kind of like they're put in an archive file until that parent comes in. So that's the same process that we use when we're face-to-face.
So if we find out students have transferred, that would actually lower our number of our hard to reach, right?
Yes, ma'am. That would lower our number, yes.
Okay. And my other question is, I know that I've been receiving emails and I've been seeing on the news about our autism students, because even though I know we have our special ed population, but they are concerned about the autism students because I guess their autism behaviors are totally different than just a regular student because of movement and sitting at home and the parent. Have you looked at that based on where we are with the starter school? Because I know somebody asked why autism students can't have their own learning center based on the type of behaviors that some of them act out and they need more one-on-one. How are we addressing those?
I have a smile behind this mask. So not necessarily as it relates to students who are labeled autistic, but we have discussed and there's a plan in place where we will start phasing in identified special education students to the learning centers over the next several weeks. So that plan is in motion, yes. Okay,
because I know that was some of the concerns that some of our parents who have autistic children, they are having concerns on that piece because of, I guess, some of them are working and having to have that one-on-one. So I'm glad that we're looking at it. Madam President, that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. Trustee Cruz?
So I wanted to ask about the students within reach. You mentioned 6,272 out of 8,400. And I thought that number was 7,500 or closer to that before. Did that change, or am I missing something?
You're not missing anything. It didn't change. There were several numbers, and that's why we wanted to make sure. But in final count, it totaled out to be 8,400 students.
Okay. And I appreciate the updated number and the transparency behind that. You mentioned shuttle service, and I was unclear if that is HISD transportation or it's a third party. Can you clarify with that?
It's HISD transportation, and they have done a phenomenal job. Also, our transportation staff and our nutrition services staff have also been assigned to the digital learning centers, and they're serving as teacher assistants, those that are not driving buses during this time.
Wonderful, and I appreciate you taking into consideration that feedback. I hope that more kids will be attending because of that service. A last question. How do we compare, you did allude to this a little bit, how do we compare to other districts in terms of the one-to-one devices? I know that you're talking to Region 4 superintendents all the time. How do we compare? Are we about the same in terms of kids that still have need, in terms of ratio?
I think I want to say we're similar, but remember we're a larger district. And so some of those other districts, not only in Region 4, but districts across the state, and speaking to some other colleagues, are still waiting also on devices. And so they're working to deploy what they have. And similar to us, they have students who've been assigned devices, and some of them have not picked those up.
Okay, and that's what I imagined. And I just want to end with a comment. So I have 3 of my own children in HISD schools. I have one in elementary, one in middle, and one in high school. And, we're on day 3 of virtual learning, and overall my kids are really happy. It is a night and day experience from the spring. The consistent interaction with the teachers, the clear messaging with the scheduling, just a lot of positives. And I know that there have been glitches and there's been imperfections like any year, and particularly a virtual year when we're relying so heavily on technology. But I'm personally grateful as a parent, and I know I've talked to many parents that feel the same way. So, a shout out to your team. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Cruz. Trustee Sung?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. Lathan, very much for the presentation, and really to all of Team HISD. I'm so impressed by the hard work that everybody is engaged in this year. It's really incredible. So a few questions. One is around the meals. So we're moving towards giving meals 1 per day. Is that correct?
Yes, 1 per day, breakfast and lunch.
Got it. Is there a reason why we're not giving out multiple meals?
Right. Remember, we've transitioned back to the school lunch program, and so it's similar to what we do when we're face-to-face.
And the school lunch program doesn't permit families to pick up meals for more than 1 day. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I see. Okay. Thank you. You mentioned on the asynchronous learning that the TEA had a requirement for 180 minutes and then 240 minutes. Could you explain a little bit more about that? I'm surprised by that, right? Because if it's asynchronous, why is there a minimum number of minutes?
And it's still around engagement. I mean, they have a criteria, and like I said, we were submitting their application, and part of the application that we have to submit are schedules. Similar to Trustee Cruz talked about how much time we've spent since the spring farming up those schedules. So it's similar to anything else as you think about the operations of a school or school district. Is they provided that guidance, but they did set that criteria.
Okay, so even if it's asynchronous learning, there still needs to be 180 synchronous minutes. Is that what that means? I just want to make sure I understand.
Okay, I'm sorry. Not 180 synchronous minutes, but 180 minutes or 240 minutes of engagement throughout the course of that day. It's a combination of asynchronous and synchronous, but that's how it's spelled out in the guidance from TEA. I
see. Okay. I understand that. Some of the feedback. I'm getting really positive feedback too by parents, whose students are, very engaged in the learning. Some of the struggles, which I understand, are coming from parents with younger kids like mine. And so, I would, we'll see how it goes, right? But as our very youngest kids try to adapt to this new way of learning, I hope that we can consider, how do we make so much screen time for our very youngest learners work, and if there might be any flexibility around that.
And just kind of think about it from this standpoint. Remember, TEA, many officials wanted us all back face to face. And so I believe these criteria, requirements was a way to address and I guess to bring about balance.
Okay, thank you. But gosh, our teachers are doing an amazing job. I want to reinforce that. And then just a final question, if you could give us a little bit more context around where we are on enrollment. Is this what we expect? Is this what other districts are seeing? Is the change in enrollment concentrated in certain parts of the city? Kind of, if you could help us understand that, and then where do you think we might end up, as the semester progresses?
So we haven't put together our heat maps as it relates to enrollment across the city. That takes a little time. And to be very honest with you, most of the districts, from my understanding, of course, there have been enrollment concerns around kindergarten and pre-K. But we've been so busy this week just trying to make sure everyone is online and everyone is engaged. And so when we look at today's numbers of 167,000, last year on day three of school, 193,000. So we're about 30,000 students off. But it's similar to the question that Trustee Adams asked about transfers and students. And every year, those numbers start climbing. And we see students returning. I shared the other day when I was out visiting, there was a student riding a bike, and I'm going, hey, you should be in class. You should be online. So we will see those numbers improve over the course of the next several weeks. I believe they will pick up even more for those parents who want face-to-face when we come back face-to-face.
Thank you so much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Trustee Sang. Trustee Flynn-Villaseka?
Thank you so much, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. Lathan, and to Team HISD for all of the hard work and the commitment to our kids despite the challenges. I know this is a very, very different and scary kind of year that we've been confronted with, and I know that the district is doing everything possible to be able to address the needs and to get students back into engaging in their learning so that they can continue their academic growth. I have a question on a couple of things. I'm wondering if I noticed that in the technology piece, there was a slide on how many devices we've been purchasing sort of month by month. And 70K was in July and August. I'm wondering, out of the 70K, or how much of that did we use? Did we leverage like ESD Region 4 for that power purchase, or the TEA thing that we approved last month? And if there's additional holdup through that, or if you were getting those devices more quickly?
Great question. I'm going to ask Chief Gilhousen to respond to that.
Good evening, Madam President, Board Trustees, Trustee Hollivan, Villaseka-Ocampo. So yes, we are leveraging those funds, but based upon some of the early indications of when we were going to receive that equipment, the district took it upon themselves to order a different model in order to get some of that equipment much sooner. So some of the lead times that we were originally seeing were going to be in the October, November kind of time frame in getting those devices. So we had gotten some cycles where we could get them in about 6 to 8 weeks. We chose that cycle. That's some of the equipment that has come in, or it was planned to come in next week, but we'd also received some additional equipment that came in last week, and that's what Dr. Lathan was talking about, the 6,600 that have come in. We've got an additional 1,800, so we've got a total of 8,400 that have come in based upon what we purchased. We are seeing the iPad shipments that actually came in from the state as well, so those are coming in much earlier than that was forecasted. But for the Windows devices, the Chromebooks, Those lead times are actually extending out much further. Some of the latest indications now are actually shifting out to January and February for some of those devices. So we're not sure where we are in that cycle at this moment in time, if we're at the early part of the cycle or at the further part. But we did leverage some of those funds from the state as part of the TEA match. And in addition, we are starting to leverage some of the funds from the Harris County and getting an additional match there. And then what happens there is that TEA will do an additional match on top of that.
Thank you. And are we seeing more secondary students at the learning centers, ancillary centers we have set up across the city?
No, elementary students. All of our high schools are covered through their one-to-one devices. There were a few middle schools that were assigned to learning centers, but we're mainly seeing elementary students.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for those students that are new to the district. I have received a couple of emails from parents of new students and that have been having some issues navigating. How do you get your student information, ID number? How do you request technology? Outside of do we still have the hotline up and running, first of all? And what's your advice to students that are trying to enroll and trying to engage?
So yes, the hotline is still up and running Monday through Friday, 7 to 7. Every school in the district is open. When I say open to receive parents for enrollment and registration. And so they should go to that location, but they are welcome to call the hotline also to give us the information. And then we follow up by tracking it and sending it to the school saying, please call this parent and follow up. But the schools are open to receive parents for registration.
Thank you. Another question, are we surveying parents and students on what their experience is like week 1, week 2, or after a certain amount of time engaging in this virtual environment, so we can have that information to improve, modify, tweak, help engage others that are haven't come back yet, for instance, to let them know what the experience is like?
So at the end, great question, at the end of the process, and I'll tell you why it's at the end of the process, we have a timeline of things information we need to gather and get prepared for October 19th. And so we have scheduled, for example, the application for teachers who want to teach virtually. That information has gone out. We have the parent phone calls are Monday after next, September 22nd. Well, we'll be calling parents asking what's their pleasure for the second 6 weeks of school. Once we are finished with our return to face-to-face instruction, a survey will go out asking parents about their experience the first 6 weeks of school. But the same team that has to take the survey information and gather all of that we just have priorities of how we've decided on the projects.
Okay, thank you. And ramping up for full reentry into the building for physical face-to-face instruction, do you foresee the plans that HISD have put into place changing, or what are the social distancing norms for a campus that's at full enrollment? And there are some of our campuses, as you know, that have a large concentration of students in them, even at the elementary level. So I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
We have actually been in contact with various locations or venues across the district or the city that might be able to be utilized. For example, as you think about some of our larger high schools, so we've selected some locations that we might even have to enter into a rental agreement for those students. But everything will be driven about the information we receive from parents between September 22nd and September 25th. But we do have a plan. We've already made contact. We've walked those facilities. If we engage into a contract with those facilities, we know what it will be needed.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lathan. And the last question that I have.
Trustee sorry, you're out of time, and I think the clock wasn't working, so I think you've already gotten a little extra. So if you don't mind, the next trustee in the queue is Trustee Santos.
Thank you. Dr. Lathan, I just want to say thank you so much for a great start of the school year. parents and community members, the start of the school year is always, always, always rough. As a teacher, and Dr. Allen can attest to this, the beginning of the school year is always hard, and there are always hiccups. But thank you again, Dr. Lathan, to Team HISD, and to the teachers that are making this possible, the principals, everybody on campus. Thank you so much. Teachers are spending 16, 17-hour days, and now, and the advice that I always give first-year teachers is just survive the year. Just survive. Nobody's expecting miracles out of you. Just survive. And that's my recommendation to all parents and teachers that are out there right now. But I do have a question, Dr. Lathan. Are the teachers that they have the 45 minutes of office hours, is that included? Is their conference period included in that?
No. They have a separate conference period. So similar to our schedule with face-to-face, that they still have their own planning time.
So that 45 minutes is separate and a part of their planning
Yes, that
time.
is separate and apart from their planning time.
Okay, thank you. And are students with disabilities and differences supported at learning centers? And yes, it's the first 3 days of school, but how are we going to implement their R's and their IEPs moving forward?
Great question. We have selected, and I want the programming based on the type of special education program that a student is in. We've selected those programs to start with integration back into face-to-face settings, so that we can make sure that the teachers are there and the supports that they need, we will be able to provide them at the digital learning centers.
Awesome. And who is supporting our kids currently at our learning centers?
At our learning centers currently, we have associate teachers, we have district-wide teacher development specialists, data specialists. So you have a variety of district employees that are supporting students at the learning centers. And I'm missing a group.
Okay.
Wraparound specialists.
Okay, thank you. And so how are remote learning centers being advertised, like not the ones on our campuses?
Are you referring to the sanctuaries of learning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the sanctuaries of learning, those are being advertised through the local school. Those sanctuaries of learning are those churches. They actually have a partnership with a school like in the vicinity of the church. And so that information, the school principal and staff actually contacted parents and shared with them that option was available if they needed assistance. And so they are being enrolled through their schools.
Okay. And thank you. And what are we going to do to get our 30,000 kids back to HISD?
We're going to keep knocking on doors, doing call-outs, billboards, radio ads, TV. We're going to do everything we can to keep trying to locate our students. And like I said, I really believe it will pick up. You know, some people wait till the second week of school to get engaged, and we will see those numbers picking up. We will.
Thank you, Dr. Lathan. I just want to say thank you again. It's been a very difficult start of the school year, and consistency is key. So if we have to shut down a school, if we were to open schools back up and have to shut them down, our kids are not going to have consistency. So right now, with everything that's going on, I applaud your efforts, Dr. Lathan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Santos. Trustee Hernandez?
Hello. First, I want to say thank you to Dr. Lathan and her team and all the teachers working. I know that y'all have been working very diligently, and it's hard to pull off the first day and first week, especially now virtually, but thank you for all that you have done. My colleagues have asked a lot of the questions that I was going to ask already, so I only have two. First is, for those students who do go back face-to-face, what is the plan for the technology that HISD has provided them?
Great question. It is their new textbook. They have to bring it with them every day. They have to take it home. Keep in mind that there will be times that we need to close a classroom, possibly close down a classroom, close down an entire school, or possibly even close down the district again. And so they need to have their device with them at all times.
Thank you so much for that. And then my second question is, I am still unclear about the 70,000 devices that were ordered and how many we are actually still expecting to come in. So from that 70,000, how many have we received? Is it only the 6,000 and we're still expecting 64,000 more?
Sure. Out of the 70,000 right now, we received about 10,000. So we still have about 60,000 more to go.
Okay, and we're supposed to be receiving that before December, correct?
That is the thought and the idea. So as an example, next week we plan to get about another 13,000 will come in. Towards the end of the month, we're supposed to see another 7,000. So they're going to come in various stages in the week as they're produced and then they're shipped. We definitely have a place for them once they do come here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. That's all of my questions for right now.
Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Thank you, Madam President, Dr. Lathan, and thank you all for all your effort. But my questions, I have a few questions, so I'm going to have to wait to the second round. And we talked about the 193 students as via the slide on the north side and 179 on the south side. That equates out to about almost 400 kids that obviously that are at the learning centers. So my question is, since those kids are the most impacted, tend to be, are the most vulnerable kids and have the most challenges, how will the priority be given to those areas that have the most need? And my assumption is that those kids are in learning centers, correct?
No, great question as it relates to the learning center. If you do not have a device, you have a seat at a learning center. You're seeing the number of the 681 of the parents that agreed to send their children. There were parents that we contacted that said they were not sending their children to the learning centers. So we are prepared, and that's why we have 36 learning centers. We were prepared to receive up to 18,000 students. We have 681, but we're ready.
And thank you for that, because the follow-up that question is, of course, with those kids in the learning centers, I heard you say that them signing in is a tool that they're using to identify that we have a total of 160,000 kids already signed in, correct?
Yes, but they're included.
Okay,
they're included in this 160,000. Just keep that in mind.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, because that was another part of my question. So do we have a breakdown of Tuesday sign-in versus Wednesday sign-in? And I know it's improving, it's increasing every day. And then my other question, part of that question, is how are SPED students tracked in this process?
Find the breakdown for Tuesday. SPED students are part of so they're just a part of attendance as it relates to attendance, okay? So not necessarily how we're tracking that. We then look at attendance based on each school, we look at attendance based on grade levels. And actually, trustees, you will start receiving what we do every year. You will receive an update that shows you the overall district attendance, and then it does a breakdown by school and by grade level. So you will start receiving that report. It should be ready you should start receiving it tomorrow. Can you find that? I think it was 140 was the first day of school. We're looking. Okay, so that's what's on the screen. What was the one for Tuesday? I think it was 140. Can you find that email?
And I was just wondering about the variance. You know, obviously it's increasing from Tuesday to Wednesday, and obviously probably even more so today. But as we get all kinds of calls and as late as today about kids needing devices. And so we were redirecting them to the school, obviously. But I was just curious as to what that breakdown was for Tuesday sign-in versus Wednesday sign-in.
You got it? It's 140, and like I said, if
we can come back to that. You can just give it to me later, Dr. Lathan. I was just curious because I know that, again, everything should increase by day. And then you made a statement that if they're not signed in by tomorrow, then they go on hold and the parents have to re-register them. So I'm just sort of concerned about those ones that are still continuously signing in and that are going to be incorporated into that total number as far as online participation.
So
Okay.
Trustee Kathy Lufer Daniels, on day 1, on Tuesday, we had 140,102 students. That was on day 1.
16408.
And today, I took a snapshot of it too. Today, on day 3, we are 167,163. So you can see we've gone up 40, 50, 60, about 27,000 or so in 2 days.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that because, all we expect is an increase to get to that 199,000 as was in previous starts of school. So thank you. That concludes my questions, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Bluford Daniels. Seeing no further speakers in the queue for discussion on this, I have a couple of questions, Dr. Lathan. So this delta of kids that isn't coming to a learning center and isn't logging on from home or one of our, what do we call them, sanctuary learning centers, that delta of kids, have we just not had contact with them, or they're not or are they just not participating?
They're not, for the most part, they're not participating. We contacted parents. We had about 62 volunteers this past Saturday that called every child that, like I said, was assigned to a learning center to provide them with the information that they were eligible to attend a digital learning center. And like I said, we heard about 40% of those parents said that they were not going to send them. They were requesting a paper packet. A paper packet is not an option like it was in the spring when TA gave us all of that flexibility.
So my next question is, how were the laptops and other devices that were received, how were they deployed throughout the district?
So based on the report that is in HISD Connect, let's just say Lathan Elementary is showing that they have 450 students that needed devices. So technology, in collaboration with the school's office, got those devices either delivered or the schools actually came and physically picked them up. The schools then, based on their roster, assign the devices. We don't sign, we just purchase and we get them to the schools.
Okay, thank you. What does this possible phase-in look like? So what I'm hearing is what I'm hearing is we're returning to in-person instruction, presuming the chart allows us to do so, on October 19th. And there may be a phase-in. When can the public expect that all students, all families who want their child to be in a school building will be able to be in a school building? I know some of it depends on what's going on with caseloads, but let's say things stay on the trajectory they're on. What are you hoping for?
We're hoping for October 19th, either at their home location or a facility that we've contracted for a particular school if needed. If something happens health-wise, it's between October 19th and October 30th would be the latest.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is, I'm hearing, a lot of concern about our students who don't have devices out in the community. Is it helpful at all to the district to, for PTOs to be raising money to do computer drives?
No, we're not asking for anyone to raise money for devices. We've purchased them. We have partnerships with CompuDot, communities and schools. We have designated partnerships where organizations are helping us with deployment. Now, the devices that they're getting they remain that student's device. Devices that we are distributing are actually district property.
Okay. And I actually had a kind of a follow-up question to something that I asked at the start. I heard you say that kids who don't come back are going to be unenrolled and the parents would have to re-enroll them. How are we communicating that to families? I know a lot of this is being done on a school level. How are we knowing it's being done consistently and with fidelity from school to school?
As we start looking, so I think that's a great question. So as it relates to looking at schools, we're looking at membership numbers. So when, like I said, you're going to receive that same spreadsheet that I look at. And we look at the kindergarten, we look at each grade level, and we see where the large numbers are, because the amount of the dips or the negatives impacts funding for that particular school. And so schools have made a concerted effort to try to locate their students, but we're also following up asking, how did you try to reach Sue Dygart? We're showing she didn't show up. There was no engagement. So we don't, not only from our level, we do district-wide different types of contact, but we also find out from the schools how they're making those contacts.
You're muted, Trustee.
If the board were not to approve these additional 4 weeks, what are your options?
So the options would be we would not receive funding for those times that we are not back 100% face-to-face.
Okay. Thank you for those clarity on all of those issues, Dr. Lathan. Okay, no further speakers in the queue on this agenda item, so we are ready to move on. We have now come to the portion of our meeting where we hear from speakers to specific agenda items. And in addition to our monthly board meetings like the one tonight, the board holds a monthly public agenda review meeting a week prior to our regular board meetings for the purpose of discussing those items and asking questions of the administration before we vote on those items. In addition, we use what we refer to as a Q&A document where board members can submit their questions about agenda items to the administration in advance, allowing them to have more time to research if their more in-depth answers are required. This document is not only provided to the board, but is also posted on our webpage to keep our work transparent to the public. I'd like to welcome all of you who are joining us online this evening. Under current guidance from federal, state, county, and city authorities concerning large gatherings and social distancing during the COVID-19 public health emergency, the Hattie Mae White Educational Support Center, including the board auditorium, is closed. However, it is still important that we allow time to hear from members of the community. Only those who have registered with Board Services with the Board Services Office by online form or email by 9:30 a.m. today will be allowed to speak or have their comments read aloud. District staff will call registered speakers and place them in a Zoom virtual waiting room until time for them to speak. Speakers may also have submitted written comments to be read publicly by a member of the district's administration in case there is a problem with Zoom. Should any registered speaker wish to distribute handout materials to the board, the materials must have been provided to Board Services via email at boardservices@houstonisd.org by 9:30 a.m. today. We have how many speakers this evening?
70.
We have 70 registered speakers this evening to agenda items. Speakers shall be limited in accordance with board policy to 1 minute each. Because of the quantity of speakers we have, a member of the Board Services staff will track your time. A clock will signal when your time is up and the call will end. I ask that you please respect our procedures and the other speakers and end your remarks promptly when your time has expired. Additionally, while you are speaking on the call, please mute your computer or other device on which you're watching the board meeting in order to avoid interference. And I'm going to turn it over to administration to call the speakers. Thank you.
I'm ready. Our first speaker is David Height.
Speakers shall be limited.
Mr. Height, please begin.
Hello?
Mr. Height, please begin.
Yes,
you have 1 minute.
Thank you to the board and Superintendent Lathan. I ask you tonight to remove any direct dependence on the Harris County threat level in your resolution concerning virtual remote instruction or your decision-making as a whole. You should have a presentation I provided Board Services of major questions and challenges to the metrics which drive the threat level assignment currently at red. On the first page is a link to a short video that walks through this info with additional insight. One example, the threat level is based on a metric that shows just over 1,000 new cases per day in August, but that's using the date tests were reported. Harris County's own dashboard shows the actual number of positive tests today in August were 300. The number used for the threat level is 3.5 times higher than the actual number. This is due to a backlog of old tests at the state level so large that even if COVID disappeared from the earth tomorrow, it would still be months before all those cases are processed and the threat level turns to green. That's half the school year gone because of bad data.
Thank you.
To lend credibility.
Our next speaker is Jody Barris Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, you may begin. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
In August were 300. The number used for the
Ms. Sanchez, you may begin.
The wealthiest students in HISD have gone to private schools for in-person learning or hired private tutors. We all know that low-income, minority, single-parent homes and families of two working parents already have to work harder to be successful at the start of their lives. Virtual learning is at its very core taking those children and making their struggle so much more difficult. What is it going to take for you all to listen to the community you are serving and our children and fellow parents and not follow the political lead of a county judge to determine the best course of action for 220,000 students and parents? Why are you choosing actions that continue to hurt our children and communities, creating a divide in the socioeconomic gap that will already take many years to repair? 10 other Harris County school districts have listened to their community, prioritized their children and truthful facts, not fear, knowing the risk is so low for any person to contract and die from this disease. I urge you to use reason and not fear in guiding the reopening of our schools. Stop and think about the people who elected you into this role and are entrusting you to listen and act on our behalf. At this point, the only thing I can assume is that any of you on this board who votes to try to continue virtual learning.
Our next speaker is Dana Morris. Ms. Morris, please begin.
220,000. Hi, I am a teacher in HISD, and I want the community to open safely. I'm seeing in other states that they're having to shut schools down just as quickly as they open, and so I want us to open safely, responsibly, and also to take into to look at our demographics and the susceptible parts of our community and how we have multi-generational households. And I will say the last 3 days have been fantastic with my students. 90% of my students are showing up. I expect that to go up, and they need consistency. So they need to stay doing what they can. If we open up and we have to close again,
thank you.
Are we going to lose more?
Our next speaker is Kalia Kruger.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Kruger, please begin. Go ahead, Ms. Kruger.
I'm in the middle. Hi. So my biggest issues are the data that is being made, the decisions that are greatly impacting our children. These decisions being made are mainly only seem to look at the safety from the potential of catching COVID-19, not psychological safety for our children and our families. None of this seems to even be given merit on their decisions. I just think that y'all are robbing these parents of having the choice of sending our kids back to school. They should have been in school a long time ago when all the other districts were sending their kids to school. We're the latest ones to start, and now y'all are already trying to push it back 2 more weeks just after 2 or 3 days of a nightmare of virtual learning. I have a kindergartner and a second grader who have so far, it has been disastrous at our household.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me, Ms. Dimmitt.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to remind all of our speakers who are calling in today that in accordance with board policy, because of the quantity of speakers have 1 minute to speak. I just wanted to give a reminder just so y'all know. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll remind them throughout. Our next speaker is Adam Law. Mr. Law, please begin. Adam Law, please begin.
Is it possible HISD exceeded its authority on its plan to postpone the start of school by 2 weeks and then delay in-person learning for a minimum of 6 additional weeks? Sadly, the answer is yes. HISD did exceed the scope of its authority. As a concerned parent, I'm here today to invite the HISD board to hold HISD accountable to our children, accountable to its teachers, and accountable to its constituents. As Dr. Lathan states, the TEA's back-to-school transition guidelines clearly state that a district is permitted to limit on-campus instruction for the first 4 weeks, yet HISD went ahead and delayed the start for 2 weeks and then limited on-campus for an additional 6 weeks without authority. I was shocked when I confirmed with the TEA just yesterday that HISD has not yet applied for a waiver beyond the initial 4-week permitted period, and in fact, the TEA would not even consider such a waiver at this time without a valid health reason. Is it possible that the decision to extend the virtual learning period this early in the process is being considered an attempt to correct the overzealous actions of HISD leadership instead of being made solely in the best interest of the students?
Thank you,
Are
sir.
there other examples of...
Our next speaker is Nikki Vogel. Ms. Vogel, you may begin. Go ahead, Ms. Vogel.
Hi, thank you for having me. I just want to start by saying thank you to everyone that was involved in the decision making for the fall and making the decision to have us start back virtual and keep our children safe. I really appreciate that. Without being dismissive to those that prefer to do in-person instruction, I want to talk a bit about my experience as a parent and a teacher in HISD. It's hard. There's no way around it. There's no way to wrap that in a pretty box. It is really hard. So I empathize a lot with the parents that are working from home because I'm doing the same. But I do hope that those in charge of making this decision keep our children in mind again and choose to stay virtual for just a while longer and keep this virus at bay, because I think the thing that would be harder would to be breaking bad news to parents or children.
Next is Liz Van Berkelo. Miss Van Berkelo, you may begin.
I'll begin. Okay. Like talk now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry, I was watching and it wasn't on
That's
yet.
okay. You have 1 minute.
Thank you for everything you guys are doing, but I do want to call you tonight and just let you know that I'm calling as a concerned parent, as a first grade gifted and talented student, and I'm advocating for no additional delays to in-person school to at least give parents a choice in learning. With 2 full-time working parents, a choice to go back in person would be very beneficial, and a choice to go back to in person has been offered by almost every other major school district in Houston, the county, and quite frankly,
Ms. Jones, can you read the rest of her statement? Okay, that participant did not give us written statement. So next we will go to Adam Miller. Mr. Miller, you may begin.
Hello, my name's Adam Miller. I'm a parent of a 2nd and 5th grader. We are a dual income household like many of the other people have mentioned. And I want to echo what a lot of the other parents are saying, that we're not wanting to force the hands of the board saying it has to be one or the other. It needs to be an option. There are plenty of parents out there that have the ability to afford to stay home with their children and have the bandwidth to be their stay-at-home teacher, and a lot don't. And the fact that we've had less than 3,000 kids since the start of COVID in Texas even get COVID, I think it's ridiculous that we've not instituted putting them back in school. So that's my request to the board, is to actually look at the facts and not look at the general population. I think it's 2,800 kids below the age of 18 have contracted COVID, and less than 20 have perished in the entire state of Texas since the beginning of March.
Thank you, sir. Next is Leah Salinas, and as a reminder, you have 1 minute. Please begin.
Hi, I have children in HISD for several years, and I think that COVID has highlighted that we have one of the highest spending, the second to highest spending per student in HISD in the greater Houston area for HISD, but we have the worst teacher-to-student ratio. We have to address these problems, and we should have done it long before COVID. My daughter is in a middle school she's the second child that I've had in this middle school. She has 60 people in her art class. This is absolutely unacceptable. The administration has done everything that they can to accommodate these children, but HISD has tied their hands. We have to lower this ratio and accommodate these class sizes to a better number in order to get our kids back in school. They have to be back in school. All the other ISDs have figured it out. We can figure it out. We've had plenty of time. Do not delay
getting our kids back in school for their mental health, for their personal health, and for their educational health. Please address the teacher-to-student ratio.
Our next speaker is Jim Faber. Please go ahead,
Yes.
Mr. Faber.
Right now?
Yes, sir. 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Jim Faber. I'm an educator in HISD, and I have been for 12 years. I'm here to speak in favor of A2 tonight. We know virtual learning is challenging. We know the tech is challenging. We know it's time-consuming for teachers, and it's put additional burdens on parents. But it's the only safe way to make sure that nobody in the district, staff or student, is hurt or killed by COVID. So we need that flexibility for October 30th as a possible course of action for virtual school. And thank you for also seeking to designate November 3rd, Election Day, as an e-learning day. Safe access to polls is vital for us all now more than ever this year. I also want to speak against F1, the District of Innovation. There's no reason to be doing it now when we're struggling with a pandemic. We're struggling to get tech out. We're struggling to reach students despite the great efforts of administration. There's no reason to do it right now. It just erodes trust with your teachers who are working so hard over time to learn a new teaching paradigm and reach students and keep everybody safe. So again, please pass A2 to allow that flexibility, and please table or get rid of District of Innovation for the time being.
Our next speaker is Jane Frio. Ms. Frio, you may begin.
Thank you. I want to remind the board tonight that HISD is not just in a COVID crisis, but in a special education crisis. Parents like me who have children receiving special education services are lost without district leadership or specific policies and processes and how to deliver individual education plans across digital platforms. The lack of a centralized policies, timelines, and a communication strategy have left principals and campus staff scrambling to figure out how to deliver services. Principals are not special education experts. My child receives teaching assistant support in her class. How is that to be delivered virtually? I don't know because there is no guidance from HISD on this. HISD students like my daughter need your intervention and leadership. The HISD special education current leadership is insufficient in making policies and guidelines that your principals, children, and parents need. The wrong people with the wrong skills are tasked with leading vulnerable students.
Thank you.
This is not what special...
Our next speaker is Mr. Andy Dewey. Mr. Dewey, you may begin. 1 minute, please.
Yes, I'm Andy Dewey, Executive Vice President of Houston Federation of Teachers. I speak in support of passing this resolution. The Federation supports virtual learning not because it is easy, but because it is the safest for all involved. We must remember that schools were originally closed to help mitigate the community spread of the virus. We have not yet reached that goal. For the second time since March, we are approaching that goal, but we are not there yet. The first time ended tragically when we began to open things too soon, and the number of cases, severe illnesses, and deaths spiked dramatically. That spike ended any hope of opening schools safely on the original date of August 24th. Let us not be influenced by COVID fatigue and the desire to return to normal and allow ourselves to be coerced into opening too soon. That decision, as the one made by the governor in the spring, will have tragic results. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcella Stelmach. Ms. Marcella, you may begin. You have 1 minute.
Hi. It's just very short, but I thought that one point in the agenda was that they might extend the online learning, and I just wanted to say that, like me, as like many other parents, we really wanted them to come to in-person classes like before that. So I just wanted to say, like, there's like a lot of parents that we're like being wanting that, so we can be able to like work well, like, and they can even have like a good like school situation. So that's basically it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shanna Halverson. Ms. Halverson, you may begin.
Hi, this is Shana Halverson. I'm a parent of a sixth grader who receives special education services. I heard Trustee Adams' question. However, many kids with autism have multiple diagnoses, including my own child, which make them medically fragile and therefore not candidates for an in-person option and will therefore have to remain virtual for safety reasons. HISD has provided zero details as to how this community will be taught in a virtual or distance setting. Tens of thousands of kids in HISD need accommodations and modifications to learn content, but nobody has explained how that will take place. Who's implementing their IEPs? I'm not a teacher or a special educator. Is someone planning to train me on how to use manipulatives or accommodations, or train me to monitor my child's IEP goals, or how to take data or progress or regression in my child's education? These are federal rights. Promises to implement special education services mean nothing without a clearly delineated and communicated plan on how the district plans to actually make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Swalen.
The teachers feel the same.
Ms. Swalen, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Online learning is not our best possible option for the students HISD serves, especially those with learning impairments. We know that online learning is statistically less optimal, and we have 10 surrounding districts in our county who agree and have opened their doors. I urge you to allow children to be face-to-face learning starting October 5th, if not sooner. As a parent of a child with special needs that will knowingly not be met over the internet and possibly exacerbated, I beg you to not permit the district to extend or receive another dollar for virtual learning until children have an option to also be face-to-face. As a board, you represent the children you serve. Please represent my child by voting no on agenda item A2. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruth Kravitz. Ms. Kravitz, you may begin.
Okay.
Ms. Kravitz, you may begin. You have 1 minute, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to thank Houston ISD for starting online and for relying on science and not convenience to determine when it's safe to reopen face-to-face. Many school districts are going back too soon, virtually guaranteeing another spike in COVID cases. So on behalf of children and their grandparents, teacher support staff, and bus drivers, I want to thank you for focusing on safety. That is why I ask you to indefinitely suspend the District of Innovation until we have the pandemic under control. Most of the exemptions can already be addressed through existing policy, and none are relevant to this pandemic. DOI is not the solution to our problems, but it can create more. Once approved, DOI can be amended with just a board vote and no more public input whatsoever. This opens a true hornet's nest of trouble to easily amend the plan to exempt HISD from teacher and parent protections long enshrined in law. Doing DOI right now sends the wrong message to parents and educators about what HISD values. We are in the middle of a pandemic. Human lives are on the line. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hani Khalil. Mr. or Ms. Khalil,
Yeah.
You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Hani Khalil, and I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Gulf Coast Area Labor Federation, former HISD Social Studies teacher, and a proud member of HFT. I'm here today to thank you for having open school virtually and ask you to vote for item A2, extending the virtual instruction transition period. We all want to reopen our school sites to in-person instruction as soon as possible, but we need to do it when community spread has dropped to low-risk levels, and only when we're confident that strong protocols and adequate PPE are in place. Now, some don't think that the health of students and school staff, frankly, should be a priority, and they're pushing you to ignore public health recommendations and permit in-class learning prematurely. Please do not heed this bad advice. Opening schools for in-person learning before the pandemic has been tamed would be the height of irresponsibility. It would send students, teachers, and support staff into a petri dish. So we strongly believe that the health of students and school staff must be public policy's number one concern, and that the guidance of public health experts and recommendation workers in the industry.
Our next speaker is Chanel Burchard. Ms. Burchard, you may begin. You have 1 minute. You may begin.
Hi, I am the parent of a first grader, and the first week of school has been wrought with issues. The technology issues that have plagued the district could have been avoided, but many other schools and school districts and private schools have begun in-person learning, and we're wondering when will HISD follow suit. The current situation is not productive, especially for the younger students. Our students would learn better in an in-person environment. This virtual learning goes against our students' progress and requires parents to be dedicated on a full-time basis to ensure learning progress. This situation is not feasible and it's not available to all students. Will reopening sooner than October be considered, since many other schools have reopened or will reopen next week? If not, will the learning platform fit for the elementary students, especially K through 2, be reverted back to the way it was last semester, with the weekly lesson plan handouts provided at the start of the week to complete in a manner that fit our particular schedule and our child's learning capacity, and then we can upload all the work?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maribel Farish. Ms. Farish, you may begin.
I'm sorry?
You may begin. You have 1 minute.
HISD chose to support virtual learning for all students without giving parents a choice to send their children in person disregarding TA's guidelines. This is a problem. One size doesn't fit all. Students who receive special education services are not receiving appropriate support, modifications, accommodations necessary to meet their child's IEP. For example, my child's IEP states that he will have a paraprofessional during all instructional time. Providing this service online is not meeting his needs. If a parent wants to and is able to sit all day with their child, that's great, but most parents cannot sit all day with a child and are not trained in teaching special education. TA recommends local education agencies to prioritize the needs of students with disabilities when schools are planning for limited on-campus instruction. In order for HISD to provide equitable education during COVID, the district should open campuses to support children with instruction, whether it's in person or virtual, or the district should expand the homebound guidelines and opportunities to support all students who receive special education services.
Our next speaker is Karina Quesada. Ms. Quesada, you may begin. As a reminder, you have 1 minute.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you have 1 minute. Please begin.
I'm in favor of extending virtual instruction. The majority of students in HISD are predominantly Latino, and the Latino community has been hit the hardest. I see white parents are demanding that the district go face-to-face sooner. Do not listen to a population that only makes up 8%. This district bends over backwards to appease them at the detriment of everyone else, allowing them to hoard resources and equitable education for all students. Stop allowing yourselves to be held hostage by racists and white supremacy. On DOI, I want to go on record as being in opposition. Do not take advantage of systemic racism and a pandemic to sneak this in. D5, my elementary school children spend 2 hours of continuous live class, are given a 5-minute break, and back to more hours of live class because the principal has not given teachers the correct info. Also, our principal is telling parents that if we choose virtual, we have to stay virtual all semester. I am grateful for this guidance, but it doesn't matter what policies are passed if no one is enforcing them and holding principals accountable. The principal at Sherman Elementary has moved all 4th grade dual kids into bilingual without parental consent. My daughter now receives 0 instruction in Spanish.
Our next speaker is Carlos Rosas. Mr. Rosas, you may begin. You have 1 minute. Mr. Rosas, you may begin. You have 1 minute.
Yes, dear HISD board, I am the parent of 2 children, a 3rd grader and a 6th grader. We are requesting that the board please begin the process of safely returning the students to their respective campuses on October 19th. We do not agree with starting the process any later. In particular, my 6th grader has autism and cannot learn virtually. He is under an IEP, and due to distance learning, this IEP is violated daily. He cried numerous times during spring online. My son is smart, but he's wasting away and learning nothing sitting in front of a computer where nothing is being retained. We ask that all HISD students who want to learn in person be allowed to go in person on October 19th, especially special education students. Furthermore, my 3rd grader has developed extreme anxiety over distance learning. This is not the way young children can learn. Please allow elementary students under age 10 to also return to their campuses starting October 19th. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yvonne Aguirre. Ms. Aguirre, you may begin.
Good evening. Buenas tardes. I'm a parent of 8th grade students. First of all, I'd like to thank all our teachers, staff, and administrators for working extremely hard to prepare for virtual learning. We thank you for all your work, and please know you appreciate it. We as parents are taking the lead and keeping all things flexible. I'd like to express my support for staying with the planned schedule to attempt to go back into in-person classes on October 19th. Thank you for helping keep our students and teachers safe during these unprecedented times. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lisa Berg Stanton. Ms. Stanton, you may begin. Ms. Stanton, you may begin.
Hi, yes. Thank you for having me. I am the parent of a third grader of two third graders, one of whom has special needs. And I wanted to speak to that issue specifically and just encourage HISD to do better by our students with special needs. These kids are being left behind in virtual learning. I am not receiving the support I need to help my child through a virtual learning environment or to implement their IEP or any of their accommodations to track how they're progressing. And we need to do better by our special education students. Additionally, I'm concerned about returning to school and the lack of a comprehensive plan of how social distancing and hygienic measures will be implemented for kids who can't self-regulate.
Thank you, Ms. Stanton. Our next speaker is Allison Newport. Ms. Newport, you may begin. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. The daily schedules shown on page 18 to 22 of the asynchronous plan are full school day schedules. A full day of school is unrealistic and burdensome for families and goes way above the TEA required minutes, but that's what's required at many schools. Please cap this at 180 minutes for elementary school and 240 minutes for middle and high school. In addition, serious attention to Microsoft Teams needs to be taken in order to protect our students. Any student can see all other information of all the other students across the district, and students have the same security settings as staff. This is unacceptable. Someone can easily use HISD's platform to show pornographic content during a class. It's not a matter of if, but a matter of when. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ryan Boudreau. Mr. Boudreau, you may begin.
Yes, Ms. Boudreau right here.
Oh,
Muhammad
thank you,
Ali
Ms. Boudreau.
said service. Yes, are we ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm sorry I called you sir.
No, it's okay. All right. Muhammad Ali said service to others is the rent you pay for your room here on earth. And if so, MPVA's youth services specialist should be living in a chalet gilded in gold. But he's a humble, albeit charismatic man who stretches dollars to support his own family at home and the extended family we all strive to be at MPVA. He spends his own extra time, money, and miles on his vehicles in service to our community. And this helps relieve our children of worries like food, clothing, shelter, so they can simply be kids learning, growing, and thriving. I've witnessed his dedication to our children on a daily basis, and they know they matter because of people like Mr. A. Our youth services specialist is vital to the well-being of our children. For all the talk of being of service to others, I could share with you the point I wish to make clearest to you today is that you would be doing our families, our kids, our HISD students a disservice should you make the regrettable decision to deny this wraparound specialist funding which, by the way, is grossly indicative of HISD's inability to properly fund resources for our children rather than indicative of his work. I implore you right now to do the right thing for the several hundred children who...
Our next speaker is Regina Puccio. Ms. Puccio, you may begin. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I'm writing to the board on behalf of the students and families at Meyerland PVA Middle School to fervently urge the continued support of funding for our campus social worker. Our social worker is a beloved and revered member of the Meyerland PVA and local community. I'm a longtime parent at Meyerland PVA and member of the local neighborhood. This is my 9th consecutive school year to have a student there at MPVA. Although my family and students have not been direct recipients of the official services of this Harris County program, I have witnessed the interactions of our social worker and students on countless occasions at the school. He is trusted and respected on campus, a mentor and strong leader toward all students, and especially those in need of his direction and assistance. I have witnessed his compassion in discreetly approaching the PTO to request uniform items for particular students in need. I have also known him to make sure
that students have access to special events sponsored by the PTO, ensuring that the entire...
Next, we have Tracy Latson. Ms. Latson, you may begin.
My name is Tracy Latson. I'm a teacher at Meyerland PVA. I support item E1. Meyerland PVA is a school-wide Title I campus, and 63% of our students are economically disadvantaged. Many of our students face non-academic challenges that ultimately impact their ability to learn. For the past 3 years, Meyerland has requested wraparound services and was denied. Please help us give our students and families the support they need throughout the school day, whether academic, social, or behavior. Please approve item E1. I am also asking you to table DOI this year so that we can focus 100% on virtual and hybrid learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Latchett. Mr. Latchett, you may begin.
Yes. Hello. Hello. Mr. Latchett, this is me. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You have 1 minute. Thank you.
Good evening.
Mr. Latchett, please go ahead. You have just 1 minute tonight. Okay, we'll go to our next speaker, Kenya Ellis. Ms. Ellis, you may begin.
Yes, my name is Kenya Ellis, and I'm calling to comment on E1. I'm a concerned parent and not understanding why our Title I school, Meyerland MPVA, is continuing to look overlooked for resources that are needed for our campus to be successful. I do not have to go into details with the board about the requirements for Title I campus. We need funding for our wraparound resource specialist. Our current social worker is the best. He has a vested interest in our children. He understands that in order for our students to thrive academically, they need to have their emotional needs met. Sue Dygard, I want to know how are other campuses with lower numbers of disadvantaged students given funds for a wraparound specialist, and Meyerland continues to ask for help year after year, and we are ignored. Enough is enough. He leads a program from young men and women. My son knows him, and he can go to him for anything academically and emotionally. I'm a former student of Meyerland, and I'm proud to have my son currently at Meyerland Middle School. We chose Meyerland because we know the reputation. Once we got on campus and I met the staff, which included our current wraparound specialist.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell, you have 1 minute. You may begin.
Okay. Good evening, Dr. Latham and board trustees. My name is Becky Mitchell. I'm a teacher at Meyerland Middle School PVA. I'm writing in support of item E1. Our campus is a school-wide Title I campus educating and nurturing 1,450 students. Many of our students and families face non-academic challenges that impact their ability to learn. For the past 3 years, Meyerland has requested wraparound services that was denied. Currently, 63% of our economically disadvantaged students are disadvantaged. More compelling, 100% of them have faced, as all of our kids have, the trauma of COVID-19 and a spring and summer burdened with economic and social unrest. Our kids require and deserve the support by item E1. I acknowledge that every child should have it.
Our next speaker is Vicki Whalen. Ms. Whalen, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you have 1 minute. You may begin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am a parent and PTO president of Meyerland Performing and Visual Arts, and we are in need of your help today. Many of our students are economically disadvantaged and rely on the support of our social worker. We are currently funding the position but can no longer do so due to budget cuts. Our social worker is an inspiring role model for our students. He's active in our school community and goes the extra mile to help our students and assist them with housing, food, clothing, rental assistance, and employment for their families. These services are provided from long-standing relationships that our social worker has developed over the years with many community support services. Our specific demographic requires us to have these critical services. Our dedicated teachers are superstars and give our students hope and believe in them. Many of our students need the services of our social worker to end the cycle of poverty and help transform them into successful community leaders. Please help our amazing students and their families and approve this position. Thank you.
Next, we have James Troutman. Mr. Troutman, you may begin. You have 1 minute.
Good evening. My name is Dr. James Troutman. I'm the Vice President of the Meyerland Performing and Visual Arts Middle School PTO. MPVA is a school-wide Title I campus with 65% economically disadvantaged, 49% Hispanic, 35% African American, 11% white, 2% Asian, and 2% multi-race. The reason is Mr. Anderson is helping provide students in dire circumstances at the school. The school has been denied wraparound services previously. Mr. Anderson is of Harris County Protective Services. Due to anticipated budget shortfalls for 21-22, MPVA will not be able to fund the $40,000 for Mr. Anderson's position. Please vote to approve board item E1. I'd also like to address the fact that MPVA currently funds the position of Mr. Anderson, an employee of Harris County Protective Services, according to school staff and students. Mr. Anderson is a compassionate, kind, phenomenal person that connects with the most challenging students. He is constantly looking for ways to provide services for all the students with the greatest needs. Thank you very much for supporting, and please vote to approve board item E1.
Next, we have Daniel Santos. Mr. Santos, you may begin. 1 minute tonight.
Understood. Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. This evening, I stand against item S1, the District of Innovation. DOI exacerbates an injustice that our communities of colors have stood against for decades. Also, it's shameful that certain parents co-opt the language of civil rights to bully Black and brown families hit hardest by the pandemic to reopen their neighborhood schools. Follow the science, not magical thinking. Protect students, protect teachers. Vote yes on item A2, vote no on District of Innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jackie White Anderson. Ms. Anderson, you may begin.
I am here in opposition to the formation of the District of Innovation. A District of Innovation plan would make semi-permanent changes to long-standing education quality standards and perpetuate the tale of two cities that already exist in HISD. This plan to place uncertified teachers in classrooms will only occur in Black and brown communities. Let me be clear. Students bound for college don't take vocational classes and therefore will not have any uncertified teachers on their campuses. The DOI benefits a small segment of students in our district. All students deserve certified instructors. It is imperative that HISD maintain certification standards for educators. This is especially true at a time when students are experiencing major life changes, widespread job losses among parents, and ongoing trauma. The knowledge and skills instructors gain from pedagogy and trauma-informed training is needed in schools now more than ever. Why is it any different for the Black and brown communities?
Thank you.
HISD maintain.
Next, we have Ms. Coretta Fontenot. Ms. Fontenot, you have 1 minute. You may begin.
I am speaking in opposition to item F1, asking low-income communities and communities of color to support implementation of a DOI plan committee is blatantly hypocritical. If you feel so strongly about having uncertified teachers, then send them to your child's school, not ours. As previously stated by Daniel Santos, the overwhelming majority of speakers, which represent a diverse group of community members, employees, and parents, have been very clear in that they do not desire for HISD to be designated as a district of innovation, which makes the case that continuing to move forward ignores the cries of the community, especially our communities of color. People who understand the direct implications of this committee know that it has racial undertones, and it promotes a false sense of caring for kids of color. Shame on you. We know that these uncredentialed people will be dumped into Black and brown schools. Why should kids of color only be told to learn a trade when other schools are grooming their students to be college bound, take advanced placement, dual credit, and IB classes?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christopher Williams. Mr. Williams, you may begin. 1 minute tonight.
Can you hear me, Julia?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you.
I am disappointed that some board trustees are still determined to push through a DOI initiative, even though most stakeholders, including teachers and parents, are, out of necessity, focused on the delivery of quality remote instruction. It is unreasonable and, given the instructional challenges we are facing, highly inappropriate for board trustees to ask teachers and parents to devote time and attention to the complex issues surrounding the DOI initiative. Previously, I challenged trustees that favor moving ahead with the DOI to put forth an affirmative case for why pausing this process until we return to normal school functions is not reasonable. Their silence is evidence of the weakness of their position. A vote to move forward with the DOI now is a vote against transparency and a vote against community engagement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Goss. Mr. Goss, you may begin.
My name is Andrew Goss, and I am president of the Braes Oaks Democrats and president of Congregation Emmanuel Brotherhood. Why District of Innovation, and why now? Your students need quality teachers, teachers with the proper training and certification. Hiring uncertified teachers through exceptions is not an accomplishment this board will be proud of. To strip teachers of the little protection they have under a teaching contract is dangerous. Stripping them of contract rights, which has been done by other ISDs, can only have a deleterious effect on teacher morale and encourage bright individuals to look to other professions for a career. It is time HISD embraced its teachers as professionals. I ask you to reject the creation of a District of Innovation Committee. Remember, the public is looking to you for responsible leadership. I know I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Pamela Bovlin. Ma'am, you may begin. It's 1 minute tonight.
All right. Thank you. Vote no on the District of Innovation. We have been going around and around this tub for at least 5 months. And there isn't anybody that has said, go for District of Innovation. You don't have what you need to have. I've heard a lot of talk about the things that we're going to do to open schools safely. Without rapid testing in place, you cannot open schools safely. It doesn't matter how many children in the state of Texas have gotten COVID. It is how they're going to spread it in the community. You cannot open without testing. You cannot open without upgraded ventilation. You cannot open without every kid having a device. You cannot. You just cannot. You cannot. You need to be focusing your energy on suspending STAR for this year, using that money to bridge the learning gap that's occurring with our children. Stop thinking that you're going to be innovative. You are not. You have not solved the problems that you need to solve. Naming one thing a learning center and one thing a sanctuary, that's just confusing everybody.
Next is Michelle Williams. Ms. Williams, you may begin.
Good evening, Dr. Lathan and Board of Trustees. My name is Michelle Williams. I'm the president of the Houston Education Association, an affiliate of the Texas State Teachers Association and the National Education Association. This evening, I'm speaking on behalf of the teachers and HISD against agenda item F1, consider and take possible action to improve the formation of a local innovation plan committee to draft a local innovation plan. Now is not the time to use our limited human capital to focus on a District of Innovation plan when HISD teachers and staff are trying to focus on locating students, teaching, and ensuring that high-quality instruction is delivered via a learning management system that is overwhelmed with the high volume of traffic every day. We need our interim superintendent and board members to focus 100% on what we are presently facing. The District of Innovation will not improve student outcomes today nor in the immediate future. I'm asking you, HISD Board of Trustees, to vote no on agenda item F1. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Garcia. Go ahead, Mr. Garcia. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, board members. One of the areas I and other advocates have been disappointed in is a lack of action around policing and disciplinary policy in schools. The movement for Black Lives has not stopped its momentum from the summer. Months ago, HISD President Sue Dygard mentioned the creation of a task force to review the role of policing in schools. Instead, HISD is continuing its ill-timed conversation on the District of Innovation designation, a designation which will not help students succeed while simultaneously taking time away from pressing items of concern. Just a few weeks into the school year, stories from around the country are showing just how intertwined policing and punitive disciplinary actions are with schooling. The issue of militarized and dangerous school police force remains at the forefront of students and parents' minds. How long until we have to hear HISD make national headlines for something that could have been prevented with a meeting of this policing task force? Instead of DOI, let's get to what we said we would start. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll begin reading those speakers who we were not able to get by telephone. Jamie Burris. I strongly urge the board to vote no on agenda item A2, resolution to extend the virtual instruction transition period. I'm writing to plead with you to stop the virtual only option for HISD children early and get the kids back in the classroom. With the cases of COVID decreasing in Houston, HISD needs to step up and do its job. That is to safely offer in-person education for every child. Most of our neighboring school districts and private schools are currently offering in-person instruction. Not having in-person will put HISD further behind our neighbors in Katy, Spring Branch, Klein, Cy-Fair, Conroe, and others that are offering in-person. Many studies have shown in-person school is more effective from both an educational and social and emotional perspective. Both the CDC and American Academy of Pediatrics have recommended in-person as the best choice. As a parent, I understand the risk to my child and would take that risk because I truly believe the long-term detriment to my children from virtual schools is worse than the risk of this virus.
Lachelle Dotson, in support of this item.
Keisha McCormick, we are simply already dying by only 2 days of virtual learning. This is so much worse than the risk of COVID on our kids or our families. I cannot believe you all are possibly considering an extension when all the private schools have already basically gone back, as well as Spring Branch ISD. I will take my child out of HISD and my next two if you all take our basic right away as parents to send our kids to school.
Cooper Etheridge. I'm very concerned about my child not going back to school right now in person. She is in 3rd grade and it is very challenging to do this online. It requires an adult to supervise during the entire session, which is not realistic for most parents who work. I'm so worried she will fall behind. I'm also worried about the mental toll this is taking on my daughter being so isolated. Please vote no to virtual learning, especially for these little elementary age children.
Haley Sims, as a parent of a kinder student, we need to reopen schools.
Helen Wright. Dear trustees, I strongly encourage HISD to open its doors to in-person learning. After 2 days of online school, it is very clear our students should be in person. HISD is too large to manage an online platform for 200,000 children. The hub crashed on the first day. How is it going to work when kids are using the hub more to submit work? Online learning demands too much of our children, especially the elementary school children. Kinder, 1st, and 2nd graders are not capable of logging into 3 different locations and managing the different Zoom schedule. And with the Zoom calls, children are way too distracted to learn this type of environment. Kids do not know to mute themselves and are always speaking out of turn or speaking to their families. The poor teachers have to spend a good portion of the teaching time to correct children's Zoom behavior. Several schools have been able to start in person and give the children the in-person learning opportunity they so desperately need. The gap is widening quickly, and it will be devastating to see how far behind the HISD students are from other schools. The schools that have opened have been very successful at keeping students together and keeping all healthy.
Catherine Jameson, I vote for in-person school to resume October 19th, 2020.
Stephanie Spencer, as a parent and healthcare provider, I support in-person learning for children, especially those under the age of 10 years, for which online learning is more difficult and occurring during a time when peer socialization is more important.
Emily Fisher, please extend the ability for virtual learning to October 30th.
Rebecca Burdett, as a parent of 2 HISD elementary age students and tax-paying contributor of the HISD district, I'm not in support of the HISD board having a discussion and vote on a possible extension of the HISD virtual schooling period. I move for a discussion on the topic to take place during the October time period when the critical current data pertaining to numbers and statistics COVID-19 will take place. It is irresponsible for a district superintendent and board committee to make a decision on something that impacts the psychological safety of students and families in this district in a premature fashion. Making this decision on September 10th is in fact premature. Statistics on COVID-19 are very changing and are impossible to predict in any manner. I'm extremely disappointed as a taxpayer that this is being suggested and voted on at this time. Granting the superintendent the power and authorization to make a decision at a closure date without discussing it with the board in October is reckless and irresponsible. I ask that the board table this item until October and prior to taking a vote, proactively survey taxpaying families in the district to gain their views, as we are the ones on the front lines of these decisions.
Kate Lane, we cannot keep kids out of school any longer. So many surrounding districts and private schools have found a way to do in-person learning. HISD should be leading the way, not hiding.
Shivali Dhruv, while we would love to be back in the classroom with our kindergartner, if it seems the safest to push back the face-to-face learning date by a couple of weeks, we fully support that decision.
Lacey Flowers, I do not support extending virtual schooling until October 30th. We struggle. My daughter is not engaged and is not retaining anything. It is putting a huge strain on our family.
Beverly Marsh, we need the ability to allow our children the option to attend school in person. I have watched my child sit in front of the computer for 2 days from 8 to 3 p.m. and he has said three sentences. He is not able to be active in his education because he is not given the chance. He is not able to take ownership because teachers need them to turn off their video, be quiet, and listen while they talk the entire 47 minutes of class time. Do you think an 11-year-old has the attention span to listen to 7 hours of teachers talking without interaction? They do not. HISD's inability to control classroom size and cut every corner possible has led to this. Every other district has figured out how to do in-class and online learning. Online learning works for some, but for the majority, you are creating a group of kids that will be ignorant because they have checked out, unsure of themselves because they feel no one cares enough to engage them, and unhealthy because they are sitting in front of the screen all day. Children. I know that is not what you signed up for when you asked to be a part of the school board. Let us decide for our kids what we feel best. Every other group has gone back to work in person. Summer schools prospered.
Kim Etheridge, dear trustees, please help get our young children back to school face-to-face. My 8-year-old daughter is mentally and emotionally exhausted from her absence of normal school. Elementary age children cannot do this online. I'm so worried about this. I was a first grade teacher for HISD for 6 years. Please show me you understand with your vote. Thank you very much.
Chloe Holtz, as a parent of an HISD first grade student, I want to voice my strong opposition to Resolution A2, a resolution to extend the virtual instruction transition period. HISD students need to have the option to return in-person schooling on the original stated date, not October 30th or a later date, as determined by the board. As a board, you aspire to provide every student with equitable opportunities and equal access to an effective and personalized education in a nurturing and safe environment. Virtual learning does not facilitate equitable opportunities nor equal access for all students. Virtual learning is especially detrimental to elementary age students. Many parents are unable to sit with an elementary age child from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. 5 days a week. Those children are likely bystanders to a class experience that is taking place on the screen if they are even logged onto the class at all. Consider the thousands of students HISD is neglecting, those who are not engaged with virtual learning and risk exiting the education process altogether during this time. Virtual learning does not facilitate an effective and personalized education in a nurturing and safe environment.
Caroline Walter, our kids need to go back to school. Claudia Rios. Dear HISD school board members, I'm Claudia Rios. This is the third time that I've spoken out against, she done, my apologies. I missed Claudia, no. It was Carlos. Okay, Claudia Rios. I'm Claudia Rios. This is the third time that I've spoken out against and asked you to vote against moving forward on the DOI plan for HISD. This plan does not represent the best interests of our students in your pursuit of a DOI. The community, Spanish-speaking and other non-English-speaking families have been left out. This plan is not a step toward racial equality. It continues to be a step backward. Under a DOI plan, HISD will have the flexibility to hire CTE teachers without a certification requirement. I'm asking for HISD to provide parents with a high school by high school database to compare AP dual credit and CTE courses offered on a campus, which should be reflected in the school course catalog for 2020-21 and 21-22. It is burdensome to tell parents they can look up this information on their own by searching each website for every high school. As a mother, I am interested in understanding where the concentration of CTE courses is offered. In addition, under a DOI designation, HISD will be able to set an earlier school date or in-person instruction date pending COVID-19.
Juan Renato. Please allow students to return back October 19th. My wife and I both work shift work as essential employees, and the virtual learning is forcing one of us to take time off from work. It's imperative that our daughter attend face-to-face learning.
Elena Krasaviteva. I'm a parent of a fourth grader who is receiving 1 hour, 20 minutes of live instruction per day, completely finished by 1 p.m. This is unacceptable. HISD is failing our students with this pretense of virtual learning. Katy, Sugar Land, Humble, and many ISDs have open live instruction. We need live instruction for our kids to actually learn something. We live in this area and pay a lot in taxes to get a good education for our kids. Kids already missed 3 months in spring. There was no instruction. HISD delayed first day by 2 weeks to prepare, and the first day the hub crashed. Teachers are frustrated. Kids are frustrated. Parents too. Teachers can't teach, trying to deal with technology nightmares. Please let our kids go back to live classes and actually learn. The longer you allow for virtual learning, the more some kids will fall behind and may never return to school and end up on the streets. Those parents who have the funds are hiring tutors or going to private schools. Those without extra money are falling more and more behind. HISD is creating more and more gaps between the rich and the poor. This has to stop. Please vote against.
Julie Kuchler. Thank you for considering our students as you vote no on agenda item A2. In order to be concise, I have simply made a list of areas of concern. Difficulties for students, reduction in instructional days by 15%, current 6-week delay. Additional reduction in live instructional days, 11%, 5 more weeks extending past election day. Most students do not learn optimally remotely. The HISD website does not work, causing additional stress and anxiety. Difficulties for parents. I'm a working parent without the luxury of working from home nor family in Houston. Cost is prohibitive to try to either miss work, to teach, tutor, or hire someone to assist with the virtual school. Stress on the family of trying to balance the critically important education process and the financial support of the family. Security issues. Unsupervised access to computers for children of all ages as a requirement of public school. HISD allows access to every email address via Microsoft Outlook. Teams allows for chatting on camera with students outside my child's class. Children should not be on video. Inconsistent.
Melissa Fantuzzo. Our teacher wants to return to in-person class. My child is little to no risk. I understand this entire situation is tough, but let's step up and get our neediest, youngest, and lowest risk back in the classroom. Expecting parents or a caregiver to listen in to every second of learning is rough. Hearing when the call drops and disconnecting and having to get them reconnected. My child wants to know if she wrote her characters correctly, and I cannot help her. I feel like I'm failing her. Asking our parents to manage multiple students' virtual learning is stressful and difficult. 3 to 10-year-olds are little to no risk if practicing recommendations. The screen time being asked by a first grader is too long and is not what a CEO of a technology company would recommend, what my own pediatrician recommends, and not what AAP recommends. I trust and hold HISD and our leaders accountable. I cannot fluently speak to my child as a foreign language I do not know. Learning a new language at a young age is what I chose for my child to do.
Shared Trantham. Our children are being left behind while other ISDs move forward. As well as this extension was obviously known prior to school renewal, we've clearly been lied to from the beginning by the ISD about the resumption of when in-person learning would resume. Had we known the full truth, thousands of parents likely would have pulled their kids, us included, and enrolled them elsewhere so they could get the in-person education they require. But instead, we've been strung along for attendance and funding concerns rather than care of the education of the ISD students. This extension should be rejected. The option to resume in-person learning should commence ASAP, and any concerned parents can still continue with remote learning if they wish.
Richard Metter. To the board, I'd like to say I'm not in favor of an additional 4-week virtual learning. We no longer have the luxury of waiting, watching to see what's going to happen. You guys have had since last March to come up with a legitimate plan, and here we are technically 3 weeks into the new school year, and you're asking for more time for virtual learning. It's unacceptable. We have to get the kids that want to go back to school back in school. With some kids going to churches and others going to remote HISD campuses, it seems like that this is nothing more than a political pawn in the game. learning. Engage the parents like you do the teachers and get on board, as we have as much input as you. Now set a time frame in which you've been given and give the option of virtual or in-person learning. If the city can open venues for entertainment, we can open schools for learning. Thank you.
Daryl Donaldson, we need to start phasing in students as soon as possible. Let's aim for sooner than later. Let's aim for October 4th, 2020. Instead, you're just delaying and making this drag out and going with what TEA is allowing you to ask for. You have the power to make a decision for our school district. You do not need anyone else to make this decision. Our youngest and most needy need to be in school. These students depend on their teachers, schools, and social workers. My child will be okay, but so many others will not be. Our principals are allowed to run our schools how they see is best. Every campus is different and will have different percentages of students ready to return in person. Let's let those principals work to make that happen. Only you as a superintendent is able to make this happen. You have the power. My daughter is very shy when at school. Today she is super scared to talk when called. And today we have been kicked out of teams at least 3 times before 10:30 a.m. Yesterday, one of our teachers was in her classroom so she could have the support to help her with virtual learning. Today, our teachers were in their classrooms and still struggled with computer issues. Our teacher had to use her phone while someone worked on her computer.
Alicia Reed. Good evening, Dr. Lathan and Board of Trustees. My name is Alicia Reed. I'm a teacher at Meyerland PVA. I support item E1, approval of the contract renewal between Meyerland Performing and Visual Arts Middle School and Harris County Protective Services for Children and Adults for the Community Youth Services Program. For the past 3 years, Meyerland has requested wraparound services. We want equity and support for our students. We mirror the needs of economically disadvantaged students of schools which receive services through wraparound. Our campuses services 1,450 students, and 63% of our student body are facing hardships that daily threatens their academic success. The Community Youth Services Program provides our students and families with many of the services that a wraparound services specialist provides. Our families benefit from the necessary attention to challenges they face. Among many services, the face-to-face and door-to-door outreach, breathing life into the dire family situations. Please help us. Our families need social, behavioral, and academic support. They need us, and we need you.
Ebony Johnson, the Harris County Protective Services for Children and Adults for the Community Youth Services Program provides our campus with a youth service specialist, Mr. Anderson, individual and family therapy, bilingual, group therapy service, common sense parenting groups, assistance with emergency basic needs, parent-teen survival course, emergency shelter care for youth, and multidisciplinary staffings for youth. I'm Ebony Johnson. I am a teacher at Meyerland PVA. I support item E1, approval of contract renewal between Meyerland Performing and Visual Arts Middle School and Harris County Protective Services for Children and Adults for the Community Youth Services Program. Meyerland PVA is a school-wide Title I campus with 1,450 students, and 63% of our students are economically disadvantaged. Many of our students and families face non-academic challenges that ultimately impact their ability to learn. The Community Youth Services CYS program provides our students and families with many of the services that a wraparound services specialist provides. Last year was my first year as an ELAR teacher, and
Megan Hirsch, thank you for the opportunity to express my passionate support for E1, approval of contract renewal between Meyerland PVA Middle School and Harris County Protective Services for Children and Adults for the Community Youth Services Program. As PTO board member at Meyerland PVA, I have had much opportunity to observe the invaluable contributions of our youth services specialists. MPVA is a Title I school with a very large population of economically disadvantaged students. Our youth services specialist is critical for helping these children have their basic physical and emotional needs met. He helps families find affordable housing, brings them clothing and supplies, and maintains contact with the students during the school day. So many of these students seek him out for counseling and insight. He is the only adult in which they will confide. Last year, our youth services specialists reported 3,678 encounters through this program. This does not even include the invaluable casual meetings with students in the MPVA hallways, offering a quick check-in or on-the-spot mini counseling session.
Share Pritt. I'm writing to you today to express my passionate support of MPVA's Youth Services Specialist. He is a crucial part of the school's community. Last year, our Youth Services Specialist reported 3,678 student encounters through this program. He helps families find affordable housing and brings them clothing and supplies. This number does not include the daily casual meetings with students in the MPVA hallways. Offering on-the-spot mini counseling sessions or a high five so that the student knows someone cares and is looking out for them. Many kids feel he is the only adult they can confide in. Please ensure that our students continue to receive the services they need by approving their essential contract. Thank you.
And Tara Taylor did write in, but just said she will speak. So that does conclude our speakers to agenda items.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody who contributed their thoughts this evening. Thank you to our staff for reading the ones for whom we couldn't get in touch with the callers. All right, trustees, we have been at this for 5 hours now, 2 in this part of our meeting. So let's take a short break. My clock says it's 7:04. So let's come back at 7:10. All right, trustees, we have a quorum back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. We will now consider items held for abstention and/or discussion by board members. Each month, all items begin on consent agenda. If a trustee would like an item held from consent, they need to notify the district chief of staff, Sylvia Trin, by 8 a.m. on the Monday prior to the voting meeting. Because Monday was a holiday this week, the deadline to email Ms. Trin was at 8 a.m. on Tuesday. Trustees requested that the following items be held from the consent agenda: B2, B3, and F1. Our first item that's held for discussion is agenda item B2, review and discussion of the board operating procedures, but I'm going to move that to after our voting items. So our next item held for discussion is agenda item B3, adoption of a resolution to designate a day in honor of Vanessa Guillen. And then after the resolution, we have a tribute video in honor of Vanessa. May I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Hernandez is the trustee for District 3, where Ms. Guillen's alma mater, Chavez High School, is located. Would you please read the resolution for this item?
Yes, you, Trustee Dargard. As Vanessa Guillen was born in Houston, Texas on September 30th, 1999. Whereas Mrs. Guillen passed on from this life on April 22nd, 2020 at the age of 20. Whereas Mrs. Guillen grew up in Southeast Houston and was an outstanding student and athlete in track, cross country, and soccer at Chavez High School. Whereas at Chavez, Mrs. Guillen was loved and respected by students, faculty, and staff alike, and is remembered for her diligence, strong work ethic, and commitment to excellence. Whereas Mrs. Guillen realized her childhood dream of serving her country by enlisting in the U.S. Army during her senior year at Chavez High School. Whereas Mrs. Guillen's tragic death has focused a national spotlight on the treatment of women in the military, giving rise to hope that her loss will be a catalyst for change. Whereas the Houston Independent School District stands in support of equal and fair treatment of all members of society. Whereas the Houston Independent School District shares a special bond with all of its students and their families, even beyond graduation. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Houston Independent School District designates September 30th, 2020 as Vanessa Guillen Lobo Day in honor of her birthday and in her memory as a Chavez High School Lobo, adopted this 10th day of September 2020. Thank you.
Trustee Hernandez. thank you to our incredibly talented students for sharing that with us. And thank you, Trustee Santos, for arranging for the performance in honor of Ms. Guillen. This is a voting item, this resolution. Trustees, before we vote, does anybody have any questions or discussion? Trustee Santos?
Yes, thank you, President Nygaard. I just want to say thank you to Trustee Hernandez. Thank you, special thanks to Dr. Lathan for being very supportive of our school community's loss, and to Mr. Summers, Mr. Longoria, Steve Stryfer, and our kids that prompted this and wanted to dedicate this song to Vanessa Guillen and Kathy Bluford Daniels. Trustee Bluford Daniels. Basically, this is an anthem to the Latino community, honoring the dead and saying, you know, we love you forever. You're going to forever be missed. And I wish that and that's how I feel. That's how we feel with the death of Vanessa Guillen. And I've said it before. When I look at her, I see me, the long dark hair, the first generation Mexican American, wanting to serve her community. That I look at her face and I see the students that I've taught in the community where I served, which is Sam Houston, the band that just played, and it highlights that, you know, our kids feel like they don't have a choice but to go to the military because all the choices that they're given are vocational CTE courses or the military because they don't have a way out. And Sam Houston is 2,800 students big, and so is Chavez. And it's heart-wrenching and painful to have a community and their history glossed over and not looked at and not recognized for the contributions that we have put forth on even in public education and the military recruitment. You know, we need to have full transparency behind this because our kids are nothing but a quota to military recruiters, and they're sold a bill of goods, and you know they don't know everything that the military comes after our kids with. And I just want to remind everyone that we are the policymakers. We're the ones that can do better for our kids, and that our Lobo should not be dead. And she's September 30th. I hope that HISD will recognize not just Vanessa and her contribution to, you know, our country and our school community, but also military awareness and how poor communities are often preyed upon. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Santos. Seeing no further speakers in the queue, trustees, please vote. And hold up your paddles until Board Services puts up the votes, please. Did we lose trustee or not? Okay. 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Item passes. Our next item held for discussion is agenda item F1. Consider and take possible action to approve the formation of a local innovation plan committee to draft a local innovation plan. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Adams.
Any comments or questions from my colleagues? And colleagues, as a reminder, in keeping with our meeting norms for voting items at regular meetings, we will do one round of 1 minute per trustee. Trustee Allen?
Yeah. Okay, I was reading one of the letters from one of the constituents about Cy-Fair saying that they did not have the DOI. I was wondering who else of our surrounding districts besides HISD that does not have a DOI?
I think it's just us and Cy-Fair.
It's just us and Cy-Fair that don't have a DOI?
Yes.
Okay, I also heard Ruth Kravitz when she was talking, and she said that the board is able to make changes to the DOI plan. Is that correct? Who makes changes or how a change is made to the DOI plan?
The committee the original committee approved by the board would have to reconvene. Then it would have to go back through the district advisory committee, also be presented again to the board.
Okay, and my last question, I was looking at the agenda, and I did not see an explanatory sheet on the portal for this item. Can you explain the background? Where did this item come from? I remember discussing it with the commissioner, but the board did not have an explanatory sheet.
As it relates to the recommendation for us to explore DOI, is that what you're asking, Trustee Allen?
Yes.
So actually, we started the discussion in around May 2019. Did not receive a lot of positive feedback at that time at the board level as it relates to move forward. And then the topic of discussion came up again around January, February, and then that's when it was placed on the board agenda in March or April in the springtime.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Santos.
Thank you. It's no secret that I advocate for teachers. I was a teacher. I'm still a teacher. And I'm just going to ask my colleagues that we allow Dr. Lathan to put all hands on deck to focus and combat COVID-19. We need all hands on deck to strengthen policies for our students with disabilities and learning differences that that the state of Texas still can't even get it together on. We need all hands on deck to battle the real enemy of public education, and that's poverty. I'm asking you not to vote for this racist policy. This is, in fact, a racist policy because we do not give children of color what they deserve. Instead, we focus on fix a flat policy like the District of Innovation to give us uncertified teachers in communities of color and poor communities. And this right now is not the time. And I do want to remind y'all that my first year on the board, we took some heated votes and we had hiccups, but we had to face a public, that meant cameras, people in the audience. Our feet were held to the fire as elected officials. This is in no way transparent of our community. Our teachers have spoken out.
Thank you, Trustee Santos. Thank you, Trustee Santos. Seeing no further speakers in the queue, I have a comment about this. Dr. Lathan asked to have this on the agenda at the beginning of this process, and I just need to say that I'm going to trust a woman of color, that she is doing the best thing that she believes for our students in this district. And if this is a tool that she believes is the right thing to do for our kids, I'm going to trust her on that. Thank you. Seeing no further speakers in the queue, please vote.
Oh, you're waiting.
Trustee Bluford Daniels, we're waiting for you to vote. Red, green, or yellow? Trustee. If you're abstaining, hold up yellow. Motion passes 7-4, 2 against, 0 abstentions. The one item that is still held is B2, and that is just a discussion item. And so, like I said, we're going to finish with the voting items before we move on to that. Ms. McBride, is that okay? Can we vote on consent agenda and come back to B2 for discussion? Yes. Okay, I see y'all nodding. Okay. So consideration to accept the balance of today's agenda by consensus. We are now ready to consider the balance of today's agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the balance of today's agenda by consensus?
So move, Adams.
Is there a second?
Second, Allen.
Any comments or questions from my colleagues? Actually, do we do that with consent, Ms. McBride? No. Okay, thank you. All right, please vote. Nine, 4, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The balance of today's consent agenda passes. We're now ready to consider items discussed in closed session. Are there any motions? Trustee Santos?
So move.
No. Trustee Santos needs to read the motions. These are the closed session motions.
Trustee Daigle, a point of inquiry, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Did we vote on A2? Did I miss it?
A2 is on consent agenda. No trustees pulled it.
I did pull it actually, but
That's what I was thinking.
By 8 a.m. on Tuesday? When was it pulled?
I pulled it at the start of this meeting, which is again allowed to do, but whatever. Trustee Adams,
Do you want to
wanna
redo the vote?
I was wondering if I missed it because I thought I heard someone pull it. I'm sorry. I was just inquiring.
All right, so we can, let's move forward with the closed session
Okay,
motions.
yeah, we're going to go into closed session.
No.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, so C2G, I move that the board approve the settlement and release agreement with Next Board on the terms discussed in closed session effective September 15th, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Trustee Adams? Oh, you're abstaining. Okay, sorry. 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Item passes. Next item.
C2H, I move that the board authorize the administration to negotiate and execute a renewal agreement with O'Hanlon, Demarest, and Castillo to provide legal services in the lawsuit styled as Houston ISD versus the Texas Education Agency in the 459th Judicial District Court, Travis County, Texas, cause number D1GN19003695, and related matters on the same terms as the original agreement as discussed in closed session effective September 11th, 2020.
Allen, second.
Any discussion? I have one comment. I want to be clear that my vote is in no way a reflection of the work that O'Hanlon and Associates has done for our district, but I want to be consistent with how I have voted on this contract both the last time and then I'll be consistent with this time. Please vote. Item passes 6-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Next item, please.
I move that the board authorize the district to settle the matter of Juan de Los Angeles versus Houston Independent School District in the 157th District Court, Harris County, Texas, cause number 2018-40506, on the terms discussed in closed session effective September 11th, 2020.
Allen, second.
Any discussion? Please vote.
Madam President.
Yes.
Point of clarity. Point of clarity. I heard it September the 11th, 2020.
Tomorrow.
What's the date that was stated?
Yes, effective tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm sorry.
8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Item passes. Next item, please.
I move that the board approve the mediation agreement in the matter of Noah F. BNF Terra F versus Houston Independent School District TEA docket number 202016318 on the terms discussed in closed session effective September 11th, 2020.
Allen, second.
Any discussion? Please vote.
I move that the board.
Wait. Trustee Santos, let's support. Yeah. Motion passes. 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Next item, please.
I move that the board authorize the interim superintendent on her or her designee to negotiate, execute, and amend all documents pertaining to the grant of an easement to the City of Houston at Fleming Middle School, 4910 in Collingsworth, Houston, Texas 77026, on the terms discussed in closed session effective September 11th, 2020.
Allen, second.
Any discussion? Please vote. 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Item passes. Next item, please.
I move that the board authorize the interim superintendent or her designee to negotiate, execute, and amend a site license agreement for the installation of monitoring wells at Brayburn Elementary School, 7707 Rampart, Houston, Texas 77081 on the terms discussed in closed session effective September 11th, 2020.
Allen, second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Item passes. 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Next item, please.
I move that the board authorize the interim superintendent or her designee to negotiate, execute, and amend all documents pertaining to a partial release of restrictions related to a privately owned property across the street from Burnett Elementary School, 5403 Canal, Houston, Texas 77011, for the purpose of constructing Canal Lofts, a mixed-income multifamily community on the terms discussed on closed session effective September 11th, 2020.
Allen, second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes. 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Next item, please.
I move that the board approve a finding of no good cause for educators to resign or abandon employment contracts without district consent under sections 21.01, 21.105C, 21.160C, or 21.210C of the Texas Education Code as discussed in closed session, and authorize the interim superintendent or her designee to submit a written complaint to SBEC to impose sanctions effective September 11th, 2020.
Allen, second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Item passes. 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Next item.
I move that the board approve the balance of the closed session personnel agenda, including specifically that the board approve proposed terminations of continuing term and probationary contracts, approve end of term terminations of probationary contracts, that the board approve proposed non-renewals of term contracts, that the board approve issuance of fourth-year probationary contracts, and that the board authorize the interim superintendent or her designee to provide notice of same, that the board approve separation and release agreements, that the board approve withdrawals of contract recommendations, and that the board approve issuance of final orders on contract terminations and non-renewals and as discussed in closed session effective September 11th, 2020.
Allen, second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Eight in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Next item, please.
That's all we have for closed session.
It. Awesome. Thank you, Trustee Santos. Is that lightning that's making our lights flicker? No? Okay. I was worried we were about to lose everything. Okay. So we are now going back to trustee discussion on B2, review and discussion of the board operating procedures manual.
Do you want to approve minutes, or do you want to do that after discussion?
Oh, thank you. Yes. Do I have a motion to approve the amended minutes from the regular board meeting of April 9th and the special meeting held on September 1st and the agenda review meeting held on September 3rd, 2020?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote.
Oh.
9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Motion passes. All right, so now we are going back to agenda item B1, which is discussion. We're not voting on it this evening. Discussion of our draft of our board operating procedures. In 2019, the Legislative Budget Board Performance Review recommended the board create a board operations procedures manual. Last fall, we researched the manuals for other districts, and in February of this year, an ad hoc committee was appointed to draft the manual with input from all trustees. The draft is based on our current board policies for board governance and operations, and no policy changes are included in this draft. Board members were then emailed this draft and were able to provide via email to our board coach feedback on the content of this document, and then that information was compiled and it is posted online with our Q&A document and also shared with board members. Trustee Flynn Villaseca is the chair of the ad hoc committee for the board operating procedures. Would you please lead this discussion?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam President. First of all, I want to recognize my fellow committee members, Trustees Sung and Trustee Bluford Daniels. Thank you so much for your time, commitment, and dedication. This was a charge that was pretty rigorous. We had the opportunity to review some other operating manuals from other districts and distill it to a format and to kind of a feel that we liked, but we customized it obviously to the policies and the procedures of Houston Independent School District. I do want to recognize also HEB School District because that is one of the manuals that we did look to the most. So, I think perhaps reaching out either Trustee Dygard or myself, somebody on behalf of the board, to thank them and to acknowledge them as part of this work at the end of the manual would be in due order. I also want to recognize the work of our coach, who was with us at every meeting, along with legal to help collect feedback, integrate feedback. The work is intricate and interesting, as we know, because one person has to collect the information and integrate it without really everybody having hands-on, and we can't discuss it until now we are here posted for a meeting. So I know that we've had a rigorous day, and we're going to try to make this as smooth and seamless as possible. And I do want to thank also the administration, who is also present in helping to pull together the information. The beautiful format that we see today is thanks to probably our MARCOM department, who pulled everything together, our policies, beautied it up, and we want to thank everybody again that was involved. And so I do want to take the opportunity to my colleagues before we kick off the conversation who participated in the committee with me, if you have a few words to share before we get started in the conversation. Okay, we'll go ahead and dive right in. Hopefully, you had the opportunity to take a look at it. Although the document is really long, it's 100 pages plus, only 21 pages of the document are the actual manual, and everything else is in the appendix. A lot of our policies are referenced there so that we would have a one-stop shop to have a quick look at where the policies that we most use in order to operate as a board, to understand our duties and responsibilities are. And so I want to thank you again for taking the time to review it and just let you know it looks like it's a really long document, and it is, but the actual manual itself are the first 20 to 25 pages, okay? Marcia McMahon, who's our Lone Star governance coach, compiled the individual written feedback. We sent out 2 emails. And again, this work started, we had our first committee meeting on March 5th, and we met several times on a pretty much weekly basis. Through the pandemic, we were hard at work so that we could pull this together to make sure that our trustees understand our role. We are able to decode and decipher the different policies that are in here, and those are some of the things that we're going to talk about today. And so new board members and trustees would have a better understanding and grasp during orientation, something to look to. And those that are interested in running to be a board member would also have this opportunity to have a look at really what the required work is and the role of the board is as part of this work, okay? Again, Coach McMahon, she put everything together in a document that has the general edits, the additions, corrections, clarification, and questions and statements. Is there somebody in board services or in the boardroom that can pull up the document so that everybody can see this? If not, I will go ahead and share my screen because it looks like I have the control to do so. So let me go ahead and pull that up, okay? I want to make sure that everybody's able to see the document as we work through the comments. So during this conversation, we're going to reference the comments that were submitted in writing.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca, they're going to share their screen. They put it up on the screen for the room so the public could see it. But what you're trying to accomplish is for board members to be able to follow along on the document with you. So board services is going to pull that up on a share screen, correct?
No, she's going to put Trustee Villaseca.
Trustee Villaseca
is going to pull it up.
I could try to share my screen here.
Okay.
If that would help, let me pull it up.
If you have the ability to do that, I think that would be best.
Okay, and we'll be toggling between the comments and the board operating procedures manual. So everybody get both of those documents ready. We'll have them on the screen. Let me go ahead and share, okay? So that we're all on the same page. Okay, it looks like the host disabled participant screen sharing, so I thought I had the capabilities to do so.
Try again, Trustee Flynn Villaseca. Do you have the option now?
I do, thank you. Magic.
We are all scholars these days of COVID, all learning new things.
Okay. All right, I'm sharing. Can everybody see that thumbs up? Okay. All right. So what we're going to do, we're going to start out with the questions statement section. All of the general edits and the additions, corrections, and clarification, we're going to take. There are a couple of the questions for clarification I'll pull out for our discussion, but the general edits will take that feedback to heart. The committee is going to have to meet one more time to integrate the feedback, okay, from this discussion tonight along with what was submitted, all right? But we're going to focus the discussion on what was submitted. And then there are a couple of points for clarification I'll bring up for those that were able to submit something to help clarify, and then we'll go through the questions and statements, okay? And then the additions, corrections, will also take that feedback to heart. And then the next time we come back around, which should be at the October board meeting, we'll be able to, you'll be able to see the changes. All right. If you can go ahead and look at, is there more information on the FAQ process and when it should be used? All right. So this is a question for clarification that I had. I'm not sure who submitted it. I do know that this part was addressed. It was not called FAQ process. It was called the Q&A process in the board operating procedure manual. If anybody, whoever submitted this comment or question, could you please clarify so I know what you mean by that to make sure that we address that concern? And Trustee Dygard, if there's anybody in the chat, can you help me call on help?
Absolutely, but I don't see anybody.
Okay.
So if there isn't anybody, we'll just move on.
Okay, if you go over to actually the corrections clarification to page 9, the board may take action on an agenda item if it cannot wait until the regular board meeting. I will go ahead and make sure that and checking with Lisa from legal to make sure that that's, that if there's any posted meeting, there could be a possibility that there's action that's taken. If it's posted correctly, just to make sure that it's all encompassing of that. Okay? So I have that noted. If we go down to the next one that says page 5, district staff. All right, are board members able to attend school activities without announcement and supervision? For example, if there's a Christmas program of a niece or magnet tours for interested parents, do we have the ability to accept invitations as private citizens? And so that is a good question, and it's something that probably comes up since many of us we're all residents of HISD school district. Many of us have taught there, have children there, have cousins, have nieces, nephews, grandchildren, friends. So I would like to defer this to administration to see what the preference is to make sure this is properly incorporated into the manual.
And if I may, before we turn it over to administration to answer that question, Trustee Bluford Daniels, do you have a comment about this before the administration, or do you want to let them answer first?
I do. Thank you, Madam President. I just want, as we reference this, some of us are...
Hold on, I can't set my volume down. Wait.
Some of us are still sort of old-fashioned, and I have a hard copy. I'm trying to associate the changes with the hard copy. So I just ask that as we address these items and even these inserts, that we do so and reference the page number in the actual document, like page 8, etc. I see it here, but what we're talking about is not coinciding with what I printed. That's all. Thank you, Madam President.
So are you saying this isn't on page 5? This item that Trustee Flynn-Villaseka has brought up is on page 5, correct?
I think the previous one was different. The one about the Q&A.
Okay, so Trustee Bluford Daniels, you were wanting to speak about the previous discussion item on the FAQ or Q&A document?
Oh, no. I was just, because I printed a hard copy, and I know that there have been some changes submitted by each trustee. So I was trying to make the association with the original page number, because, yeah, like you started saying on page 8, that's not coinciding with that change. Page 8, and then it says additional corrections, general edits, additions, corrections, clarifications, and questions. So on page 8, replace spokesman with spokesperson.
Yes. Let me go ahead and clarify. All these changes, none of them have been integrated yet. This is the first time that we're talking about this with the full board. And after this discussion, then they will be integrated into the manual that the one that was sent to everybody for feedback. So what you're seeing is the same manual that we got a couple of weeks ago for feedback.
This is one of my questions, and see where I put page 5, district staff? You can go back, I think it's page 3 now, but the section says district staff. It's under that section head, the title head D, district staff.
No pensé que me iban a llamar. No me preparé para esto.
3, okay, I'm seeing as,
Hang on a second. Sue, hang on a sec, y'all.
La pantalla.
Yeah, if you don't have the floor, if you would please, if you don't have the floor, would you please mute? Thank you. So I don't understand what the district staff is referring to, but this item in this question statement box is referring to, well, no, it is district, it does say district staff. Sorry, I hadn't pulled mine all the way up, and it's about campus visits. So I'm confused. Are you saying that this item isn't referring to what's on page 5? Am I misunderstanding? No. Okay, proceed, Trustee Blue, or Trustee, actually, the question was posed to the administration. Dr. Lathan?
Can I get the question again?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
okay. Are the board members able to attend school activities without announcement and supervision? For example, if there's a Christmas program of a need or magnet tours for interested parents, do we have the ability to accept invitations as private citizens?
You have the ability to accept, but just know that just like me, you really never shared that title. Or your title.
Okay. Okay, so I've taken that I've made note of that. Okay, thank you. I know that is something that we've discussed before in the committee, that, you know, the presence of a board member, whether or not we're there to attend a special event as a parent or something like that, we're always going to have that HISD cap on to others, even though we're there as others might not be able to distinguish. So we'll be sure to maybe address that as in a sentence or provide these examples as an, you know, for additional clarification.
Thank you.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And I also see Trustee Hernandez in the queue for this part. Trustee Hernandez.
Actually, I'm going to go back to the FAQ, the Q&A process, but if anybody else has anything to mention on this one, we can stay on it.
There's no one else in the queue but you right now.
So when I was looking over these 21 pages, I didn't see anything about the Q&A process. So I don't know if I just missed it. I'm trying to look right now again. Is that something that is in here?
It should be in there. Let me see here.
And if I did see it, then I think it
I see it on the top of page 11.
Okay. Then I think it needed to be clarified a little bit more, but I submitted this a long time ago, so I'm trying to remember. I think that it would be helpful to have like some dates and times that they're on the document for when they're due. Like 72 hours before.
So I'm going to address that question. Somewhere in the back in all of this addendum is the board agenda preparation calendar. Because, you know, just like this week, the deadline to pull from consent was Tuesday and not Monday, because Monday was a holiday. There are some times where it isn't. Thank you. Packet page 132. Nope. I don't know why mine looks different. That's the agenda packet number. So page 118 of the Board Operating Procedures Manual is Addendum G. It's the board agenda calendar. And so that lists out when board members will receive the agenda via email, when they'll receive the agenda on paper, when questions are due to Chief of Staff, when answers are sent to the board and the Q&A document is posted online, when additional questions after agenda review would be due, the deadline to remove from consent, and then when the revised Q&A document is sent to the board and posted online. And so it is calendared out for the entire academic year. Thank you.
I was trying to pull it up on the screen here between the other document and the board operating procedures document. I apologize for making anybody so it might be better.
But Trustee Flynn-Villaseca, I think what I'm hearing is maybe we include a little more clarity, even in text in that section, to make it more clear to board members, because I think what I'm hearing is a question of clarity that maybe even, like, is there a reference? I'm looking really, really quick. I don't see a reference to that calendar in that section unless I'm just not seeing it. So what I'm going to suggest is if there isn't a reference to that addendum, that a reference to it be included. It is?
Page 10. It's in the very second bullet. Second bullet says the board hears the following with regard to...
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
There is a reference?
Yes. Yeah. On page 10, under section B, the second bullet at the end of the first line. But it still might be worth the committee doing some clarity based on that question.
Okay. We can move on?
I don't see anybody else asking to speak about this, so go for it.
Okay, if we go to page 5. Page 5, the staff will the teacher's approval necessary and the teacher not grant approval. Go back to page 5, the operating procedures manual.
You cut it a little out there for a minute.
We're going to page 5, again, of the Board Operating Procedures Manual, and it's the third bullet, bullet 3. Here it says, visits to individual classrooms during instructional time shall be permitted only with the principal's and teacher's approval. So I think the question was whether or not a teacher is authorized to grant approval, right? That it's probably just the principal after there's approval granted by the superintendent. Is that correct? Is that?
So Dr. Lathan, you and I talked about this the other day, and I was struggling to find our board policy on campus visits. And I think in this section that would be really helpful to us. So if that's something that you all can round up and send to the ad hoc committee so that they can add that clarity, would that help, Trustee Flynn-Villaseca?
Yes.
Okay.
Although I do believe that we had collaborate on this piece. Is that right, Lisa?
Yeah, it's my recollection that this piece was an administrative recommendation, and I think the board committee was and is still willing to accept any administrative recommendation regarding campus visits.
But I just think that the teacher's approval is what's in question here. If you have a quick response to that, do we leave it or take it out? Does it cause confusion as far as understanding chain of command or anything like that, or is that something that's allowed?
Take out teacher, please.
Okay.
Because I thought we had just put the principal.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if we can go ahead and have on over. Thanks everybody for your have a long day. Make sure it is addressed properly. Okay, if we go to page 5 again, under the current just indicate reference BBE, GKC, is it needed in this case?
Trustee Flynn Villasica, I'm going to recommend you turn your video off as long as legal says that that's allowed, because I know you historically have trouble with your feed and with your audio when your video is on. Can she do that, Ms. McBride?
Well, technically, when she's speaking, she's supposed to be visible.
All right, never mind. I was just trying to make it easier for us to hear. Okay, go ahead, Trustee Flynn Villasica.
Okay, so we're going to go back to the board operating procedures, page 5, district staff. And the comment is the current HISD procedures indicate reference BBE, GKA, GKC. Is it? So from my recollection, I believe the question at hand has to do with it references the policy, but not what's in the board operating procedures manual. So we need to get some clarity. Let me pull it up so that we can take a look.
I just wanted that was one of my questions that I submitted, but what I was saying, it's in the board policy procedures now, but the new board policies that we're doing now does not contain it. So I just didn't know if it needed to stay there or not, with just the reference to the board policies.
So for consistency purposes, you would like the policies referenced, or you would like these at the end as an appendix? Is that my understanding?
I mean, it's already there. I just wondered if we should remove it. I mean, it's there on the HISD board procedures, but it's not on our new one. Just wanted to see if it was important.
Okay. Let's see here. Lisa, are you familiar with the reference policies here? Do we need to incorporate?
GKA and GKC generally, because it's in the G series, refer to the district as a governmental entity, and it may be referring to access. So we can go through and do a general scrub of the policies. I think embedded in a lot of the explanatory material, if we are referring to a policy or expounding upon a policy, we do reference it, or we tell trustees to go see that policy. I'm sure the committee, as part of going back through this document, can make sure they've done so consistently. One of the policies that is referenced in Dr. Allen's question, BBE, is actually embedded in the narrative in this section. Trustees are told to go and review BBE as it relates to referrals. So we'll make sure that they're consistent references throughout. Is that your question, Dr. Allen?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. You go back to the feedback, page 5 again, under the community section on the board referral process. Should wording be changed from board regulation BBE2 from manager to director, from 5 to 10 from manager to director? I don't know. I'm a little confused on this one. So if anybody, whoever submitted this, if you can speak to it to clarify, I'm going to go back.
I submitted that one too.
Okay.
I submitted a bunch of them. So
thank you for your engagement.
Basically, it was in the HISD Board of Trustees operating procedures, the current one, but this has been changed. Just some of the wording has been changed. So I didn't know if it should be changed from manager to director. And then on the other one, it says 5 to 10, manager to director. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay.
Excuse me, Trustee Allen, I am confused. You've referred a couple times to our current board operating procedures manual. Okay, so that was an old draft that was done a couple of years ago. Now I know what you're looking at. Okay, awesome. Thank you. That was never adopted, and that hence my confusion. Go ahead.
But I think my problem was that it was in there word for word, except for that one word was changed. So are you saying that we did not have board operating procedures?
We did not have a board operating procedures manual. We have a bunch of policies that sit in, out on the internet and our online policy system, but they've never been compiled into this kind of document.
Okay, maybe that's where my confusion was, because when we first got in, this was given to us twice.
Okay, well, at least you had something to refer to, and I doubt there were any inaccuracies in it. So I'm glad that you had something to refer to. Anyway, go ahead, Trustee Flynn-Boletich. But now I understand what you're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If we go to page 7 now, on board sanctions, there are no sanctions penalties. Should sanctions be changed to concerns? So I'm going to also defer to Lisa on this one too, because from my understanding, based on whatever, or it could be, as far as some kind of investigation is concerned, there could be different ramifications based on that. I'm not quite sure. I'm sure legal could probably better articulate what that could mean and if there should be a change based on the interpretation.
When we were originally looking at sample policies, the sample operating procedures from different school districts, they were much more prescriptive in terms of what happens once a finding of misconduct had happened. And there were different levels of sanctions. It was my recollection, the committee's recommendation that not be the approach that this board take, that what we describe is the informal and formal process of bringing a concern to the board, and we end that process with the board determining whether or not outside counsel or inside counsel needs to do an investigation and bring recommendations, but anything further than that be a board decision and not be highly prescribed in the manual. So for that reason, Dr. Allen is correct. There are no sanctions that are prescribed in this section of the manual, unlike other board operating procedures. It is a method of just formally bringing concerns, either resolving them informally or resolving them formally by bringing them to the board. So as a result of that difference in approach, I think it would be appropriate if it's the board's desire to change the title of that section.
I agree, because the content doesn't match what the heading is. How do my colleagues feel about that? Yeah, okay. I see Kathy nodding her head. Okay. Board concern?
And Trustee Bluford Daniels is in the queue with a question or comment.
And thank you. And I didn't submit it as a question, but I did annotate it. And Madam Chair, if you remember, we had discussion, I think, at Ms. Trin will remember on page 6, when we talked about the referral process with the downflow of the process of how it's going to be utilized, still does not contain the reference that we discussed from step 1, board referral process, trustees receiving referral cases request. Then we should also have an arrow that goes over to the superintendent referral. Because at some point, sometimes we have superintendent referrals, and so it lacked that connection as far as the flow process was. You remember that conversation, Lisa? Sylvia probably does. But yeah, it just didn't have the arrow that referenced the board referral process, that sometimes all of our processes are not going to go 1 through 6. Sometimes they'll go horizontal to step 1 over to the superintendent referral. So it just needs an arrow.
Okay.
Between 1 and 1, between the board referral and the superintendent referral. In other words, step 1 can go to step 1 to the superintendent or designee. Sometimes we have to, depending on the severity of it, it goes straight to the superintendent or her designee, as opposed to following the process downward.
Okay. Let's make sure that that's incorporated. I remember that conversation.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And I think it would be helpful because this will be 2 side-by-side things just to make sure that that connection's there. Mm-hmm.
Yes. And the second part of that is on page 7, just so our colleagues can know the discussion that we've had, was that there was one concern that we discussed as a committee was with the board sanctions, the fact that they're elected positions and how there's going to be any type of reprimand if for instance, if there's a referral to legal, and what that reprimand would look like. So I'm just putting that out there so that you all have that that conscious awareness of the concern. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay. We're going to go back to page 8, social media. Lots of feedback. Share that. In the current procedures, TASB is referenced. Do we need to reference TASB? So I believe Dr. Allen was referencing the copy that you received, right? The old copy here? Yeah. Okay. Lisa, are we okay with not mentioning TASB? Here, we address social media, but there isn't any mention of TASB or a policy that's from TASB or anything like that. There could be in the appendix a policy that's attached, and maybe it did come from TASB.
I'm not for sure. I don't have a copy of that original document that Dr. Allen is speaking from. It's possible that what might be referenced is a TASB guidance document. You're certainly, if we're free from any IP issues from referencing that, or copyright issues of reduplicating that, we can certainly do that. I would recommend, to the extent that you have any policies that govern social media, and I don't think you have any specifically in your B series. You do have social media policies in your D series, which are your general employee series, and also in your F series, which are your student policies, but you may or may not have any in your B series, which are specifically for board members, that's what gets referenced here. I don't think, unless there is a particular TASB guidance document that the board is fond of, see any reason to reference TASB here, because that's not necessarily the law. It would just be an explanatory document.
Okay. Dr. Allen, are you good with that?
I'm good with that because I don't know if it came directly from TASB or not. I just saw the reference on the other one.
Okay. All right, let's go back to page 9 of the feedback. Page 9 says, or page 2 of the feedback, page 9 in the Board Operating Procedures Manual. How are committee minutes shared with the board and community? So this is something that I know that we've brought up in committee meetings before, and it probably would help to delineate that and make sure that there's standard protocol across the board. One of the things that happens is for instance, like the audit committee meeting, we meet on a quarterly basis. And so we have deliberations and we have meeting minutes, but they're not posted until the next audit committee meeting when we approve those minutes. So there could be 2 or 3 months lag time before they're posted to the public. And so this is just an example. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to have like a draft section on the website. It says these are draft minutes, and they'll be replaced with approved minutes once they are approved at the last meeting. But for in the sphere of transparency, if that's something that we can have, and I just use that as an example, as a lived example through my experience on the audit committee, right? I'm not sure who posted this question, so I'll go ahead and open that up to the person that submitted that piece of feedback. Or question for consideration.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca, I don't see anyone in the queue to speak.
Okay. So it sounds like we just need some more detail around that. And then I'll also talk to Dr. Lathan. I know that this board services helps us with this, so is this okay? Consider a draft set of minutes until we approve them, and they're replaced with an approved set of minutes at the next meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Santos? Trustee Santos, did you have a question or comment on this item?
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Hello?
Yes, now we can.
Okay,
Go ahead.
sorry. Can I have a point of clarification, please? I know that my colleagues on the board, y'all have school tomorrow in virtual learning, and it's a lot. So, and we're doing this on a board meeting day, and we've been at this for a long time. How much longer do we anticipate this taking? Number one, and number two, Holly, I'm sorry, Trustee Flynn Villaseca, I did not send this in, but I just thought of something. Could we possibly write into policy a staffer, like a research assistant, something? Lisa, could you clarify on that? If we don't have staff, we don't have research, like all of it is dependent on ourselves and our personal, what we can do personally. Could that be, could we write that into policy?
Are you asking about a position that would report to the board?
Yes, it's someone impartial that could help us with research on certain policies, anti-racist policies, policies that would help us move forward, and that's not, it's not gonna be partial one way or another.
My suggestion would be, because that has several organizational as well as funding implications, that would be something that you discuss further as a board and in conjunction with administration, because it has implications for your governance structure, your reporting structure, and also for your budget.
Okay. Okay, and so thank you, Lisa. And Trustee Dygard, how much longer do you think we're going to take on this?
We have about 3 to 4 more comments to go through.
I'm sorry, what?
3 to 4 more comments to go through on the right-hand side, page 10, page 12, page 19.
And I have one in a workshop, not at a board meeting, but okay, thank you.
All right. Page 10 needs a process for the board to place items on the agenda, send to board services, or the superintendent needs to be clear. Do we have policy on this?
The language that's quoted there does come from your policy. I think the question is, we know that the board president has to get notice of the requested addition. How is that physically done? That's not something that you would probably delineate in policy. The appropriate place to delineate that would be in your operating procedure. Is it an email? If it's an email, is it an email to the board president with a CC to the superintendent, with a CC to board services? I think that might be the question, is just the mechanics of how that's done.
So Trustee Flynn Villaseca, I thought that I submitted that in here somewhere that, 3 trustees email the board president. Oh, so if you look on the last page, or second to last page under additional guidance, agenda process. Nope, not there.
Up?
No, it's.
What page? Page number?
No, it's not where I thought it was.
But we'll make sure that that's in there, that there's, that
Just
this is.
put I think a logical process would be if three trustees email the board president and CC legal counsel and board services and the superintendent.
Okay. All right. And then also going back to the feedback, actually over here in the middle, page 17 needs a process for the board to identify and appoint trustees to external organizations. From my recollection, I submitted my ranking of what I wanted to be on. Every year in January, there's a form. I think I got it from board services or from the board president, but I don't know how those selections are made personally based on rank and placement. So it sounds like I didn't submit this one, but I'm just speaking from personal experience. Whoever submitted this may want to speak to it about understanding what the process is for how the selections are made, or if it's at the discretion of the board president, or if there's a process outside of filling out your ranked preferences on the form.
So this is the third year I've been on the board. There's never been a clear and consistent process. I tried to improve on how I perceived it being done in the past. I think there needs to be clearly defined process and expectations about how that process goes. And I actually think that in the board operations procedure manual that it includes what each of these appointments are, and what those roles are. Some of them actually require us to submit paperwork to an outside organization. Some have multi-year terms, so appointing somebody to a 3-year term if it's their last year on the board may not make sense. And so I think those things should be clearly defined in some way. Even if it's in an addendum, I still think clearly defining it in here would be a wise idea.
Okay.
And I don't have a solution for what that system should be, but I can share, if the committee wants how I approached it this year, but I don't think it was a perfect system.
Okay. Thank you, President Dygard.
Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Chair. We tried to ID the various, like on the page 16 as it transfers into page 17. We tried to identify, first of all the training. And with that in mind, as we went to page 17, I think the thought process was, well, at least it was for me, that there were so many new members this year, and all of the opportunities for board members was not discussed, and what those positions entailed. And so I think my concern with that was just at the beginning of the year, if there are ever any new board members, explaining what these opportunities are as opposed to just there being appointments. And I say that because sometimes people may have some background experience, they may want to volunteer. So that was my concern with that. The representation for the community functions, particularly the foundation board, and appraisal district, economic development board. Even we probably need a calendar for all the positions that the boards will identify someone for, like the TERS, and what that term is going to be. And I'm sorry, Madam Chair, we didn't even discuss that, but it's just a full afterthought. But have identify all the TERS, when that term ends, any other board trustee position that we have to identify or suggest someone when that term arrives, and then when it ends, and just what they all are. Just have a listing of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Sorry. Trustee Sung's the next one in the queue, but if you want to comment first, go ahead, Trustee Flynn-Villasika.
I was just thanking my colleague, Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Trustee Sung.
So I agree with Trustee Clifford Daniels' prior remarks. And if you would just stay there for a second on this page, Trustee Fimbaleseka, I don't know what 5 and 6 are. Oh, so I wonder if those should be in there. That's all. Just a comment, since you've got it up.
Does Houston even have a Chamber of Commerce?
I think this is
Greater Houston
it's Greater Houston Partnership, so that needs change. Houston Economic Development Board. I'm not sure if there is an Economic Development Board. It may be part of the Greater Houston Partnership or something else. This is a thing where the HEB and they weren't updated properly. And then I would think that this would be number 3 and number 4 instead of 5 and 6. So we need to make those changes.
Yeah, committee members may recall that I submitted a chart that I had started working on that listed all the TERS positions, the LARA, well, what used to be called LARA, but now it's the Houston Land Bank, the Harris County Appraisal District, as well as other external organizations that we nominate folks to, whether it's TASB or other organizations, and then just internal committees that either people are placed on or made a chair of. And so I think as a committee, we can work on finalizing that chart, making sure the terms are accurate, working with the board president in terms of what does the board president submit as a slate every year versus what do we independently nominate based on whose geographic district they're in, and perhaps put that chart, if that is the desire of the board, in the manual. But just so that the board knows that the committee does have a chart to work from, and if you're interested in that being included in the manual, we certainly can do that.
Lisa, that's a very good point. Because I think that thank you, because I do remember you saying that, but I think that should be inclusive in this document too, not so much referencing as a memorandum or appendix, but right here where we start talking about the various positions and representation for all the function. I think that overall we all need to know what they are. Just like you mentioned, Laura, and now it's Houston Land Bank. When does that term start? What's the term duration of the term, and things of that nature? Thank you.
I agree. I also want to call out that there are some typos here. For the acronyms for TABSI and NABSI instead of NABSI.
Trustee Fimbaleseka, I also want to call attention to, at the end of this, not the document you have on the screen, but the feedback document, there's also comments about ad hoc committees. And so I think there are several buckets, and there might need to be a whole section on committees, because there is some point earlier where the audit committee is referenced, but just by itself. And then you've got this page that's on these external appointments, although it doesn't include all of the external appointments. And I think that 2 of these don't actually, they're not ones that I've ever heard of and that we have ever appointed anybody to. And so we've got our external board appointments. We have our internal committee appointments that are committees in policy, of which audit is one and legislative is the other. And then we have these occasional ad hoc committees. And then there's this 4th bucket of things that we don't approve ourselves to be appointed to, but we may be called upon to appoint community members to, like Trustee Bluford Daniels brought up with the Land Bank and with TERS. And, those are some things that there's always been sort of some confusion about. And again, Trustee Bluford Daniels, thank you for raising this, because, I think this has been sort of a sore spot, at least as long as I've been on the board, and what this process is, making sure that we've got a lot of talent on the HISD board, and making sure we're leveraging it appropriately. And then people are also contributing in spaces where they feel like they can add value. And so I think the committee kind of hashing this out a little bit more, and maybe even adding a section. I see you shaking your head yes. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Going back to the feedback on feedback document page 12, it says approving the district budget. I think this is probably from the other manual.
No, this was mine, and I didn't understand I understand now because I see it at the bottom because it referenced B and C, but it referenced B and C. It explained B and C in the next paragraph down, so I didn't understand what B and C, what it meant at that time. So you can forget that one.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Allen. Page 19, which position on the board will be responsible for time tracking and self-evaluation analysis? I know we have a volunteer this year. Well, these last few months, right? Dr. Allen, thank you.
Well, we decided between Donnie and I, because it's so hard, that she would do one meeting and I would do the second one for the month. When you have to watch what you're volunteering for, that was a monster.
So maybe what I'm hearing is secretary and assistant secretary?
Okay. Sounds good. Thumbs up. Thank you, team. And then if we scroll down below, now let's scroll over. This is one that we deliberated upon extensively during the committee meeting. We wanted to make sure that we brought this forward to the full board because there really hasn't been an understanding of how we know when board elections take place for leadership roles, but how to unpack that process. And so we're attempting to spell that process out here, and we need full feedback from the board on this because this is something that we went back and forth on, and we're trying to figure out since we haven't really unpacked this truly before, right? And so I do want to bring this opportunity to the full board to have a discussion. It's section A on page, I don't know if it's still page 21. Let me go back to the board operating procedures document.
It's 18 on mine.
Is it 18? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Trustee Bluford Daniels.
I see Dr. Allen in the queue, but also Trustee Sung, we already called on you, right? Is that new or is that a holdover from earlier?
I've already spoken. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. All right, Trustee Allen.
Okay, this was another one of my questions, so I'm just going to own up to I was busy that night. But the way that it's stated in the book, if like board president we have now, we have President Dygard. The way that it's stated in the book, she would have had to have expressed her interest earlier, and only a new board member could express an interest in January. So I was saying and trying to point out that if she would have had to do it earlier, she probably would not have expressed an interest to be the board president before she knew what was going on, because I know I was not elected until December the 14th. I think Trustee Bluford and I know there was two of us that were not selected until the 14th. And the atmosphere that was in the district before you found out who was there, I don't think President Dygard would have been president at this time, because if the veteran members had to do it earlier and only the new members could wait until January to express interest in a position, then that's not fair to the trustees, because they did not, they may not have known who they would be leading. And I'm sure she would not have wanted to express an interest in leading that board. It just didn't seem fair to me that the veterans would not be able to express an interest in January.
Okay. So it seems to me that I think is it the first paragraph? There aren't any dates or anything listed here, but it says that, let's see here. Is it the first paragraph?
Look at the fourth bullet.
First bullet. Okay.
The fourth bullet.
Trustee Flynn-Villaseca, could you please let me know what page you're looking at?
Can you see my screen?
I can see it.
Am I
Thank
shared?
you.
Page 18.
The second sentence on page, in the fourth bullet, says at this time, newly appointed board members can express their interest to serve in an officer position.
And the first bullet says any board member who seeks to be elected to a specific officer position will notify the board council by, and we have a fill in the blank date. Upon receiving notice that a board member seeks election to be an officer, the board council will promptly notify the board members of the intent of the other board members of the intent of the board member. I know we had any board member here, so that could be veteran or new. Okay, Lisa, and colleagues who are part of this conversation, help. Let's bring some more context to this. Try to get clarity and make sure we're getting at what.
My recollection of the discussion of the committee was a recognition that returning board members obviously have an opportunity much earlier than new board members to express whether or not they wanted to be elected for office. But members of the committee wanting some indication before the meeting at which the decision was going to be made of who was interested in running from office, knowing that they can't talk about it outside of a board meeting. The only time they'll be able to talk about it is in executive session or in closed session the day the meeting is made, and understanding that new board members, that's probably going to be their first or second meeting of their term, and giving them an opportunity to similarly, not discourage their interest in serving as an officer. And so this was the committee's best attempt at recognizing the different timing and the different opportunities of returning and new board members. I will remind the committee and the fellow board members that bullets number, 3 through the end are pretty consistent with what you're doing now. That at the January board meeting, you have you have this posted for both discussion in closed session and in open session, at which time in closed session you deliberate the duties and you, as you're permitted to do in closed session, discuss the relative abilities of people who are seeking to serve. And then you have your nominations and you use Robert's Rules of Order when you come out in open session and have discussion about nominations. So that is consistent with Robert's Rules and what your traditional practice has been. What is different, what your policy is silent on, and what has been, I think, a bit confusing, at least to the members who were on the committee who expressed some concern, were the first 2 bullets about having a sense before the board meeting at which, the election happens of who is interested in running for an officer position, and doing so in a manner that's consistent with the Open Meetings Act.
And Lisa, can I also add, remember the bracket bill that specifically governs HISD actually has a provision addressing election of officers. That is unique for HISD. It's not even what's in the education code for other districts. And it specifically requires that the board shall organize by electing officers of the board at the first regular meeting of said board in January.
Correct.
So, we can work that timing around that, but that's when the elections under the bracket bill that specifically applies to HISD needs to occur.
Correct. And that's what the first paragraph does provide. Right. It's just a question of before that meeting, is there information that's shared about anyone who may be interested in running for that position? Yes.
Trustee Flambeau. Thank you all. So we have, we have 2 board members waiting to speak. I was really hoping that this conversation would have gone quicker. We still have hearing of the community, so I'm going to respectfully ask Trustee Cruz and Trustee Bluford Daniels if we may finish up with our hearing of the community and then come back to your comments. Would you be okay with that?
Sure. But can I just say something real quickly, because I'm glad David edit that, and I just wanted my colleagues to resonate with my colleagues that it's a redundancy in what we're asking for. So we could actually do away with those first two bullets under election of officers and move right into the January board meeting. So think about that. Thank you.
And I do want to flag, Madam President, consistent with David's comments, because it's very important that we are consistent with our bracket bill, that in the very first paragraph, the omnibus provision, it says at the first regular meeting each January. So it is consistent with that bracket bill. That locks you into a timing. Thank you, David, for those comments.
Okay, so let's do hearing of the community, and then we can come back and wrap this up. We are glad that you have joined us online today. This is the same thing I read earlier. Do I need to repeat it? Legal, do I need to repeat it?
I'm not looking at your script, but you do need to introduce the fact that it explains that it's the hearing of the community and comments.
All right, trustees, please mute.
Hello? Hello?
Trustees?
Yes?
Trustees?
Hello? Hello?
Hello? I'm here.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so those weren't trustees.
No, because we give up control. I fixed it.
Okay, so the same guidance applies as was stated earlier to speakers for agenda items. We have 14 members of the community have registered to speak or submitted comments to be read during this portion of the meeting. Comments should be limited to 300 words or 2 minutes each. Please refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as they are protected under the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. Abusive statements or threats of confrontation are not permitted. Any comments in violation of these guidelines will not be read. I'm going to turn this over to the administration to lead this conversation. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Sister Mama Sonia. Prosper, I'm going to ask you to unmute the speakers.
Okay. Hello, this is Sister Mama Sonia.
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Okay. 2020 has been a hell of a year, filled with misery and not much cheer. The killing of George Floyd pulled the blanket off of the cover of present racism in America, KKKA, ignoring rallies, marches, and demonstrations, from the youngest to the oldest of the old. The embers of protest remained hot and never went cold. Now that the students are back at school and may want to have that Black Lives Matter discussion, are the teachers ready to engage in a meaningful conversation? When the students press to talk about this difficult topic, are the teachers ready to listen and not turn this into a discipline issue? If not, do you have plans to in-service them on how to have that difficult talk on race by providing a safe and protected space? Now, COVID-19 adds quite a disturbing twist to the 2020 conundrum, a wretched disease that has wrecked us to the core and then some. As the campuses go live on October 19th, it's doubtful that this wretched disease would have lost its sting. There are many concerns about opening too soon, like exposing our children, teachers, maintenance, aides, administration, bus drivers, and their families, anyone in the building, to the disease wreaking havoc and bringing them close right back down. How will you keep masks on elementary kids, seniors for that matter, all day long, without criminalizing having no mask, even if it's wrong? I suggest that little kids not be allowed to wear any mask. Well, the kids can't, I suggest that little kids only be allowed to wear the blue regulation mask, to avoid switching ones because it may be Black Panther or Wonder Woman. But that should not be the only concern.
Our next speaker is Jesse Espinosa. Yes, sir. Go ahead,
greetings. Okay, thank you. Greetings to the board members and superintendent. I speak tonight to share my concerns about the level of communication and preparation that has taken place in regards to the startup of the upcoming football season as it pertains to our band programs. I'm speaking as a parent and band director. I feel there has not been enough discussion with the proper experts in the Fine Arts Department to determine the level of safety, proper procedures, specifics on logistics, and the understanding of what it takes to put together a performing ensemble. We are in unprecedented times, so it would be in the best interest of all our students and staff to include the feedback and discussion as we attempt to get all this started. From my perspective, we are only being guided by the desire of having football. I applaud these efforts, but it seems that decisions have been made without true respect and concern for what we as music educators need to properly function. Many of us are on an island within our own campuses and are at the discretion of what our particular principal decides. I'm currently lucky to have my principal working with me and listening, but I know it is not the same across the district. What my major concern is how are we not including the Director of Fine Arts in these discussions from the beginning. There's a level of trust and respect that has been built with that department, so it would lower our level of concern if we knew that this team was included in the planning process of how bands should participate in football games and other UI activities. We're a creative group that is very capable of coming up with plans just like athletics. Would it be correct for the English department to dictate what the science department needs to do without any consultation or feedback from the science specialists? My guess is your answer would be no. Every voice should matter in how we navigate through this pandemic. Let's help each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sonia Erlong. Ms. Erlong,
yes, I want to thank the.
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, I want to thank the trustees for all their time. I know it's been a very long day for our teachers and all the efforts. So I do want to address the trustees whether they would reconsider implementing a more hybrid, tailored, customized approach to address our students' needs. Because the current situation is it's not working. Despite everybody's effort, it is not working. Our students are not being properly educated, and I would like there to be perhaps some consideration, a more customized approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ruth Erlong. Mr. Williams, can you let her in the meeting to speak? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Ruth, go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good. Thank you for listening to my concerning. This is the online learning versus classroom learning. Please, you've got to do something. This is a terrible way of teaching the children. They are not learning anything. There are so many glitches in the system. The teachers are doing their best, and they are wonderful, but they don't have the material to work with. We ask you, or I'm asking, because the concern and the priority are our children. They are not learning. They get nervous. They are very anxious because they get very nervous when the system is not working. The internet disconnects. The links do not function. When they get connected, there is a garbling and very, very distorted communication. I ask you to please reconsider to send the children back to the classroom learning because that's the best thing for them. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next, we have Christy Lon. Miss Lon, you may begin. Christy, you may begin. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yes. Good evening. Thank you all for your service and for your hard work. And I also want to thank the teachers for all of their hard work this first week of school. I have a son who's in first grade and who currently has 6 hours of online school with his teachers. Today, he got a 7-minute break in the morning, a 30-minute break for lunch, and another very short break in the afternoon. I would like to reach out to you and suggest that this is too much for a 6-year-old. I request that the board consider capping online learning at 180 minutes for elementary and 240 minutes for middle and high school. 6 hours in front of a screen is too much for 6-year-olds and for our youngest children. He's been complaining of headaches, eye aches, and honestly just can't focus that long. I would suggest that potentially looking at more focused, shorter sessions would actually benefit our youngest children in a greater manner. Thank you very much for taking this time to listen to me, and I appreciate all your efforts.
Thank you. We will now read the rest of the callers' comments. Rashida Haynes, the School of Choice has mishandled many children's acceptance by T.H. Rogers by denying it after they received a letter via email from the school. Rather than solving the problem, they chose to evade the issue by playing the blame game. I am not interested in who is at fault, but rather the right decision to honor the initial decision to offer a place. This is a simple matter that even Ms. Sung is aware of and understands was a grave error made by the Magnet administration. Why should children have to be denied a great education and caused anguish over an error caused by HISD administration? I urge you to please give attention to what is right and ethical. Please do not neglect our children, be the right example, and make up for this error made in part by a very clearly disorganized system at the HISD School of Choice. Sam Smith, student.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Apparently, folks can't hear Ms. Dimmitt. Somehow the sound got cut off?
I'm not sure my volume's on.
Okay.
So we'll.
Can y'all hear her now?
Can I go ahead now? Good?
Good.
Okay. I'll read Ms. Haynes again. The School of Choice has mishandled many children's acceptance by T.H. Rogers by denying it after they received a letter via email from the school. Rather than solving the problem, they chose to evade the issue by playing the blame game. I'm not interested in who's at fault, but rather the right decision to honor the initial decision to offer a place. This is a simple matter that even Ms. Sung is aware of and understands was a grave error made by the Magnet administration. Why should children have to be denied a great education and caused anguish over an error caused by HISD administration? I urge you to please give attention to what is right and ethical. Please do not neglect our children, be the right example, and make up for this error made in part by a very clearly disorganized system at the HISD School of Choice. Sam Smith, student not getting help at all. Many students need laptops for school. Y'all lie to parents and students.
Thurman Logan. The fighting among board members was made clear when some members wanted to bring back a Hispanic board member that quit. It's a power struggle like the one that has affected the HCC system. Once a Hispanic got in, they fired or demoted most blacks and treated them unfair. This is Harris County, not Bexar or Nueces counties. Black minorities are fighting for their rights and not support them because it would be like HCC, where a member had to file a discrimination suit. Amanda Trimble. I would rather the middle school and above stay in virtual learning. I like how this year they are having the kids make sure their cameras are on. This makes it more like a normal classroom. I do think elementary students will learn better in the classroom. Keeping the middle and above in virtual, you can use the space for more social distancing for the younger students.
Jindy Lon, I understand the district's concern that children are going to be receiving a deficient education in a virtual environment. As a parent of a 6-year-old who is a first grader, I'm concerned that putting younger children in front of a screen from 8:30 to 2:30 with only a break for lunch is not the remedy for lack of face-to-face interaction. Obviously, younger children do not have the ability to focus for that amount of time continuously, especially in front of a computer screen. Even in a face-to-face environment, it is a challenge for teachers to keep the attention of younger children. In a virtual environment, it's obvious the kids are having problems paying attention. As an adult, I have a lot of learning and training modules which last for 5 to 6 hours. To expect our children to be able to effectively learn this way is too much to expect. Natalie Trefez, I would like to hear HISD's metrics they are using to suggest that schools need to remain virtual until the end of October. The TMC's dashboard listed a COVID positivity rate of 4.5%. It is in the best interest of HISD students, 80% of whom are economically disadvantaged, to be back in the classroom. Not to mention that several districts that reside in Harris County are back to school face-to-face, Spring Branch, Clear Creek, Humble, and Katy. Additionally, it was evident with the crashing of the hub, internet connectivity issues, etc., that HISD is not prepared to continue to go virtual. Let's put the needs of the kids first, back to school, or at least the option to go back to face-to-face. Thank you.
Lauren Decker, virtual learning. Chanel Bershad, I support reopening elementary schools as soon as possible. The benefits to our children outweigh the risk to their learning progress and the incredible stress it is putting on all parents. This is creating a negative learning experience for our young children that could last a lifetime.
Amy Morgan, I would like my child to have an in-person option now. This virtual learning is not an option. He's so confused. He's 10 and cannot stay home alone to teach himself. I have to work and cannot be his teacher. The virtual setup is okay, but not any better than last semester. These kids are falling way behind. Everywhere I patronize is completely crowded. Everyone is back at it in Houston. Why is HISD the only one not providing the service that we pay for with our taxes? My child is struggling. We need an in-person option. This can't go on any longer. I know many parents that are even in worse situations. If I don't work a full day, I don't get paid. I have to support my kids. Marifa Escobar. My name is Marifa Escobar, and I'm the parent of a 7th grade student at Lanier Middle School. Education federal laws are constantly violated in the district as a consequence of the current decentralized model. Students receiving special education services cannot access critical components of their individualized education plans under the present model of virtual instruction only. Children with disabilities are already at a disadvantage in school, and they have not been taken into consideration by the current administration. We have not received any communication from the Office of Special Education regarding our children's needs beyond a call to amend their IEPs in order to attempt to not be found liable for any regression. There's no clear leadership, no district guidance available to parents or administrators, which jeopardizes our children's future even more. We need to come together and discuss what the following weeks will look like for our children with special needs and how to make sure they will have true access to instruction. Thank you for your time. And that concludes our hearing of the citizens.
Thank you. All right, so board members, let's wrap up this board operating procedures conversation. I put it on tonight's agenda because this was supposed to be a short evening. That was before we had 70 plus speakers sign up. So we had Trustee Cruz in the queue to speak and Trustee Bluford Daniels, and then Trustee Flynn Villaseca, if you want to give instructions for how we're going to proceed moving forward with the feedback that we've received from trustees.
Sorry, am I speaking or Trustee Flynn Villaseca?
Trustee Cruz, you were next in the queue.
Okay, sorry, I got a little confused. My brain is like really dead by this point. Okay, so my question is, in the bullet points, it says any board member who seeks to be elected to a specific office or position, et cetera, et cetera. So it's basically only saying somebody can nominate themselves, but can it also be that you can nominate a colleague? I mean, I know we can do it from the dais, but to me it would make sense you could nominate someone sooner so that person has time to think about it, or instead of at the moment. That was all.
Thank you. So I just got kicked out of Zoom, so I can't see the chat.
I was up, Madam President. I was the only one up next. Okay. May I go, Madam President?
Thank you, Trustee Cruz, too, also for the
Trustee
comment.
Flynn Villaseca, if you can see the chat to see who's next in the queue to speak, if you would do that while I'm trying to get back in, please.
Sure. I just want to acknowledge Trustee Cruz's comments for this. I believe it's stated in our board policy, but if you would like us to include it here, I don't know why we couldn't, just as a reminder, because new board members might not know that they're able to nominate themselves or other trustees on the board for a position, a leadership position.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I mean, if we're stating it like this, you could just say any board member who seeks to be elected, or, if you want to nominate someone. I think if you're already stating this, you might as well state that to make it more clear. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Adams?
Thank you. This is the only one that I had a question about, and I don't think. Let me see. Can I see Lisa or David? I think they're on here, because when it says that we'll notify board council by a certain date, and then board council would notify the board members. So when that happens, what is preventing board members? Because that's at that particular time, to me, that's campaigning. Once I know that a person is interested beyond a certain date, and then we get to campaign a call. Did you get the call? Did you see this person? So I'm trying to see, because now I've been here for 7 years and we've never done it this way. So I'm trying to figure out the justification why it's done this way. Why is this? Because I know the rules in the past, but we never notified board council who was running for office. It always was mentioned at the time we was in closed session. Right. So I just want to get clarity on that, because if you call me and say Cruz is interested in president, what's going to prevent me as a board member from calling other board members? Because you're not, to say, hey, I'm running. Did you hear? So where's the prevention of that from violating open meetings? David or Lisa?
Trustee Adams, and that's the risk you run, and that's what we discussed as a committee as the reason why this hadn't been done in the past. There had been an expression on the committee of wanting advance notice of who's interested. Understanding the limitation of that notice is you can't act on it. It's just unilateral information that you receive. There are no communications amongst trustees regarding that. The communication still happens at the January board meeting, either as part of the closed session discussion as appropriate under the Open Meetings Act, or as part of the open session discussion as appropriate under the Open Meetings Act. So it is just unilateral, one-way information, but it's not information, you're absolutely correct, that can be acted on. David, did I interrupt you from providing?
No, I think you're right. The one thing I'm trying to think through, I will say as counsel for the whole board, we've never been involved in kind of the board's internal discussions about your organization, election of officers, et cetera, because ultimately our obligation is to the whole board, obviously not the individuals within the board. So I want to be careful, Lisa, that as counsel, we don't get pulled into a role that really isn't appropriate for us as board counsel to serve in a manner that is truly at the heart. This really is a decision just for the board. It's really not the administration's business, and it's not your lawyer's business.
Right. And the reason why I say that, David, is because being here 7 years, and this is a decision among the board, I see open meetings being violated. Yep. And not only that, and I want to correct Holly, that first portion is not in the policy about contacting board counsel. So that's not in any of our policies there. But I would like to charge this board that we can't even, and I'm going to say we have to take ownership. We can't even police our own selves in dialoguing on the email without responding. And this is to a way of anything can happen. It's just past performance of past practices of this board that we don't follow rules well when it comes to open meetings. So I would like to I don't know if we could do it here, but I'd like to make a recommendation to the chair that anything that's including board counsel will be removed, because I don't think that they should be engaged in business. I think that it has always worked for however long this board has been existing in nominating leadership, but it continues that way because I think it is the discussion of the board in closed session at that moment to prevent any violations of Open Meetings Act or politicking on the side, trying to get people to support you. And I don't think it should go. I think those first two about board counsel, since they don't feel comfortable and they just stated it, I don't think that this should be included in this particular procedure. And as a tenured board member, having never seen this before, it's going to just open up too many worms of people being tempted to call other people to say, will you vote for me, before we get to our own moment of discussion in closed session of that first meeting in January. And David and Lisa, if you have anything on that about pulling out, you are board counsel, but you just stated you don't feel comfortable. But I would prefer for you all not to be engaged because it's pulling you into something that I don't think you should be a part of. No disrespect. I think you're good at what you do, but it's just this part right here.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I will reiterate again, as Trustee Bluford Daniels also reiterated, that if you go to bullet number 3 to the end, that is your practice. In January, you have a closed session. This is discussed at closed session. And then in open session, you following Robert's Rules of Order have your nominations and election. The first 2 bullets are what is different, and I think it's causing some consternation. And that is not already captured in your board policy, the first 2 bullets.
Thank you, Lisa. So, Madam Chair, what would be the recommendation on removing those first 2 bullets? Because it's not in board policy currently.
Well, and remember, Trustee Adams, the purpose of operating procedures is simply to implement policy. It's not to replace or recite or duplicate what's in policy. It's to provide some of the operational details.
Exactly. I was just only referring to what Trustee Velaseca said among someone's question earlier, stating that was in policy. But I don't think this is in policy about you all getting nominations, right?
So this is why we're bringing it for discussion here with the board, because there's an attempt to try to bring some clarity to the process, because I think the experience for many board members has been that it's been a process that feels pretty scattered and a bit of a frenzy every year. So I think the bullet points were an attempt to try to bring some clarity to it, but maybe perhaps it's not, and it could cause additional problems. And that's why I wanted to make sure that this is one of the most important sections that we need to bring forward to the board for discussion tonight, because there could be additional changes, or we could just keep it how it was, or if somebody else has an additional solution or proposition or proposal for trying to make that process maybe feel a little bit less of a frenzy.
Yeah, Madam President, I don't know, I chimed in later, I had another a conference call. Was there a time limit on our whole discussion for tonight?
So it's supposed to be, we had outlined in an email how we were going to chunk these things. And I think we've digressed from that, and it really was supposed to be 2 minutes per trustee for each of these chunks. I'm going to make a recommendation before we hear from the 3 other trustees in the queue.
But before you do that, I just want to make sure, Madam Chair, here's my request. I know you did, Madam President, Madam Chair is Velaseca. So I want to ask Madam Chair if you could comment on this, on what would be the next move among this discussion, because I know we have other trustees in the queue maybe to discuss this, but I just want to make sure that before we conclude that we have a resolution to this particular piece.
If there's consensus to remove it, then we'll remove it.
I don't think we can vote on it, but it just
I mean,
because it's gonna, because David and said, Attorney David and Lisa already, voiced their concern. So it should be just, because they're the main meat of this. So that's the only reason why I said that, because if they're not comfortable, you can't consider it anyway.
Trustee Flynn, does it make sense? Trustee Flynn Velaseca, do you mind if I address this? So
yes.
I'm hearing 2 very different opinions on this matter. My only real concern when I read this is you're not a board member until you're actually sworn into office, and so does that shut the door to newly elected board members who haven't been sworn in yet, because there's no way they can request in advance because they're not a board member yet. But what I'd like to recommend, because there doesn't seem to be consensus on this, and I don't want us to hold up this document, that if there are 3 trustees that feel strongly that we should be giving more clarity to this process, then I think those 3 trustees, research, how other districts might handle this. And it doesn't have to be the same ad hoc committee like this. I'm not appointing a committee to do this. this is if there are 3 individuals or even 1 individual who wants to do this legwork, and then if they can get the support of 2 others, to look at what other districts do, talk with legal about, what what we legally can and cannot do, what is appropriate with their legal guidance for them to be part of it or not, and then bring that to the board. 3 board members can put something on the agenda and bring that as a policy consideration, or even bring it back at a future date to revise this document, even if it's not a policy change. Does that make sense? Then instead of us getting hung up on that tonight, or, these people want it in and these people don't want it in, but we can't really vote on it. What I'm fundamentally hearing is differences, very strong differences of opinion on this. And I fully appreciate the intent behind what is trying to be accomplished with this. But I think it might need some more work. And so my recommendation is for board members who feel strongly about changing this policy or changing this practice or giving clarity to this practice, to go research what some other districts do and then bring it back at a future date, either as an agenda item to change policy, or when this document is reviewed again, to be included as a change in this. So,
point of inquiry, Madam President.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we only talking about the first 2 bullets?
Those only first talking about items? The first 2 bullets, because the rest of it is, as Ms. McBride said, is in policy.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So just only those first 2, they're not in policy.
Again, I appreciate the spirit behind it, and I don't want to shut down that conversation, but I think it might need some, like I said, looking at maybe what some other districts do that might address the concerns that have been expressed tonight, so that we might find a solution to this that reaches consensus. But I don't want that to delay this. And so next in the queue, we have Trustee Allen, Trustee Bluford Daniels, Trustee Bluford Daniels, then Trustee Allen, then Trustee Santos.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, and you summarized it real well, but I had a high school Principal A.C. Harold at Wheatley High School, who was a graduate of Jack Yates. And one thing he told us, and I learned as a very young person, is sometimes if no one else nominates you, sometimes you nominate yourself if you step up to the plate. And so that's why we had Madam Chair, we had some, and Attorney Lisa, we had Trustee Sung, we had some extensive dialogue about this. And I just felt like it was going to be an issue amongst most of the board members because of past practices. So I just wanted to bring it out and not spend a whole lot more time on there, but I knew it was going to have to be dissected. So thank you.
Trustee Allen?
Okay, I just wanted to bring I didn't know that that my question was going to bring up all of this, but that line that on bullet 4 that says newly appointed, I was thinking, and I know you said that it was board policy, but if you just remove the newly, and we're not appointed, I mean, we don't have anybody that's appointed. We possibly could after. Trustee Adams leaves, we may have to appoint somebody, but we would be elected board members. So if we took out newly appointed and just put at this time, board members can express their interest to serve in an officer position.
And that
I agree with the first two bullets that, should not be there. But I don't think that we have to go all the way into a committee. I didn't, hear anybody that.
Not starting a committee.
And Dr. Allen, that would reflect your current practice. The newly appointed matches the bullet, the first bullet, which is talking about returning board members. So you're actually right. If we're going to reflect your current practice, we would need to take that out because it's just any board member, whether they're newly elected or returning at that board meeting expresses either an interest, either in running or nominating someone else. So you're absolutely right. That was done to mirror the first bullet. If we're getting rid of those 2 bullets, then we would take that language out so that the remaining 3 bullets reflect your current practice and Robert's Rules of Order.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I just want to make sure my comment is clear that I favor removing the first two bullets and those two words.
I support you, Pat.
Thank you, Trustee Allen. Trustee Santos? Or sorry, Trustee Flynn-Villasek, are you trying to speak?
No, I just wanted to say I have it noted here.
Okay. Sorry, sometimes your audio is getting a little garbled. My apologies. Trustee Santos?
I know this board of officers election was, it's kind of up in the air. My recommendation, but definitely not this year, is that we move the elections from January to, the end of the budget. So from July through June, if we could do that. I know we have to match the municipality elections, but I just think that a board president should start with the school year and end with the school year. But definitely not this year. We're not going to do that this year. So, but that would be my recommendation for.
I certainly understand that sentiment, but you've got some statutory deadlines that require you to reorganize every January. It requires you to reorganize January following your election. You reorganize every year. At a minimum, you have to reorganize every January following an election. Right. Under your local policy, you reorganize every January. But January is the month that you're limited to, at least for the minimum reorganization.
But that statute's not it's not limiting to. It's not tying us to an entire year for reorganization. Correct.
In terms of how long that person serves.
Correct.
You would that would require a change to board policy, because currently board policy does say your officers do serve for a year. So when you organize in January, those officers serve for a year until you reorganize again that following January.
Right. And it would make sense to keep that in place, because if we have elections in November and then we have new people come in January, and then that board, I get the reorganization aspect of it, but my recommendation, specifically because a board president influences the agenda and can manipulate meetings very much so, that we just have that one board president for that one school year and then be done with it. Because I don't know if there's a way we can maybe look into that, Lisa. And I would like to have that into consideration. I'm not saying we're going to vote on it or anything, but just to talk about that, see if that would be a possibility.
And just clear, because we've been using reorganization and board election. I just want to be clear for you guys in the public. We're really using those words synonymously. So it sounds like what you would be suggesting is to have more frequent elections in the board president position, so that person would not be serving a year. They would just be serving the remainder of the school year.
Well, I mean, it would essentially be like, if we're happy with our board president, we could vote them in at the start of the school year and at the start of the actual year. But then that would also give the board an opportunity to, if we're having buyer's remorse, to be able to get a new board president. So that's my recommendation. Thank you, Lisa.
Trustee Adams.
Okay, just to close this for me, based on Madam President, your comment, I support Allen and Daniels. I don't think we need a committee to decide this. I think the underlying denominator is that our board council is stating that they don't feel comfortable. So until we come back later next year, when there's a new board and come up with a new leadership next year, to see how it worked for the new board members. Because I think when everybody came in this year, it worked fine. It's just that's the way politics goes. And so, because even though if you recommend somebody, it's up to them to accept or reject it anyway. Because I've been through that, recommending someone. But just to close this out for me, I just think, Madam Chair, of the committee. I think we should just, when you get the opportunity, just remove that one until, so these 2 bullet points won't delay the business of the board operating procedures on moving forward. So we don't have to rest on this for a while. You don't have to wait on committees to come back or wait on people. Just erase this one, let the business continue with the board operating procedures, and then at a later date, when there's new policy committee in place, leadership, and it's something for the next board, the next leadership to take up and lead. Because the common denominator is board council doesn't feel comfortable. So that's the reason why I'm asking if you would just strike that out. And don't let this hold up your working business with your committee members. Because it will. If you have to go to a committee, go research what other board members are doing. And I don't think you want that to happen this time.
No, this is our first stab at pulling everything together.
And y'all did a great job. That's why I'm saying that don't let this hold up the good work that has been done. So we can just continue. And then next year, when the new leadership comes in, then all of you will have a collective new team to see how it works. And you can come back and say with the new policy, hey, y'all, let's change it. Then you have time to research. Then you have time to get it done. These 2 bullets hold up your committee's good work. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Trustee Adams.
Because y'all did a great job on this.
Trustee Flinville, can't even talk. Trustee Flynn-Villaseka, do you want to wrap this up and let us know next steps, please?
All right. So basically, what we're going to do next is we have to integrate and incorporate the feedback into the version that we're going to see a second reading in October at our October board meeting. So that would require that the committee meet one last time next week so we can integrate the feedback. And if there are any additional edits to formatting or typos, where HISD admin, Dr. Lathan, if that's okay with you, to integrate the feedback into the beautiful formatting. And to also, Dr. Lathan, if that's okay with you, if we have one more meeting, I know staff would be, the chief of staff would be in that meeting. I don't know if anybody else.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so we can wrap this up. And then feedback integrated, then it has to go to print before, hold on, I got the timeline here.
Madam Chair, while you're looking at that, just keep in mind, we still have a full calendar next week, too.
We sure do. We sure do.
The original target for this was April. So if we can turn back the hands of time. Ideally,
2021, right?
Ideally, at this point, if we can at least get it done by November, that would be optimal.
Because the deck, it looks like we need to submit it to board services by September 21st, so it can go to on October 8th. That would leave next week. We have a very full week next week. So I'm going to defer to board president and to my colleagues as well on the committee, given timing and everything else that's going on and urgency to get this done. But I do want to thank everybody for their conversation, dialogue, feedback tonight, getting clarity. We have our marching orders to integrate and change. So board president and colleagues.
Sorry, I tossed the script in the bin too soon. All right. Thank you, Trustee Flynn-Villaseka and the rest of that ad hoc committee for what I know was a lot of work to pull that together. So we are now ready to hear our B1 reports and comments from board members. Please limit your time to 1 minute per trustee. We will proceed in order from District 1 to District 9, and you can pass on your time and not use your minute. Trustee Santos?
You started with me because you started with me last time, Sue. I'm asking if you can start the other way.
All right, then I'm going to start with District 9 and work backwards to 1. Trustee Adams? Trustee Adams, I think you're on mute.
Yes, someone muted me so I can unmute myself.
And
I'm
Trustee
sorry.
Flynn-Villaseka, could you stop sharing the screen, please? Thank you. All right, Trustee Adams?
Thank you. I just want to just thank all the parents for their patience as we continue to go through this virtual learning experience. This is something that we have not done before. So I just want to just thank them for their patience. I know that there are two sides of everything that's going on, those that are for, those that are against. But I'm asking us to trust the administration as we continue to move forward. I hope everyone had a happy and safe Labor Day. And I just want to thank Trustee Villaseca for her wonderful chairmanship of the board operating procedures as we continue to move forward to have some type of a guidance as we move forward for our next years to come. And that concludes my announcements, Madam.
Thank you. Trustee Cruz?
Thank you. I failed to thank the Board Operating Procedures Committee. I know you guys have been working really, really hard, so thank you. And I know this is going to be a really valuable document, especially for new trustees, based on my personal experience coming in. Mil gracias to the, Team HISD for, all hands on deck for this week and this school year. Just to reiterate, nothing's perfect, but I know everyone's doing their best. So, gracias.
Trustee Sung?
Friends, I am tired. It's been 3 days of virtual pre-K, and this is a very tired mama. I want to say thank you so much to the teachers for working so hard, to all of Team HISD. It's just tremendously difficult. Everything we're doing this year is new. And I'm just really grateful for everybody who's rolling up their sleeves and working so hard. And that includes all of you, this team of 10 too. We've really committed this year that we're not going to let this coronavirus stop us from doing the work of this board to make sure our students are educated. Grateful to be serving alongside you all. Looking forward to serving on the police ad hoc committee to plan that work for the board. And looking forward to all of our work next week as well. So thank you all. Good night.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca?
I want to thank all of the teachers and the staff that really are embarking upon a very unique situation, delivering virtual instruction and doing it with a lot of enthusiasm and gusto and plowing through some of the different challenges, but really working hard to connect with students and families despite the challenges and overcoming them. So thank you, everybody who's serving our students and community and central office as well, supporting the different pieces from getting the technology in place in the hands of students, navigating uncharted waters. Thank you. I also want to thank my colleagues as well, as Trustee Sung stated. Muchísimas gracias. Everybody here has been really, really all in, and I couldn't appreciate having a better group to work with. Honestly, I'm really proud to be a part of this team of 10, and I'm really think that this is the right team to help navigate what we're going through right now. And thank you for your commitment. So everybody stay safe, and to the family of Vanessa Guillen, we're continuing to think about you, and I'm very, very, very happy that there's a federal investigation, that the congressional investigation is something that's been approved and moving forward.
Trustee Allen?
I wanted to say thank you to all of the committee members for their hard work. I also wanted to say happy new school year in this year of flexibility.
Trustee Hernandez.
I hope that everybody has a great school year. I was also going to mention our shirts, a year of flexibility, and have a good night, everybody. Thank you for everything that you do.
Trustee Bluford Daniels.
That's what I get for not being prepared, and thank you for the shirts too. I just wanted to say this is we've continuously said this is an unprecedented year, and there's so many people to thank that have worked tirelessly from March until even today to this point. And just know too that I've received numerous letters, as we all have, particularly Dr. Valerie Reed, Dr. Ben Cooper, so many people that have expressed their concerns with this opening year. And yes, I'm a newbie, and I've already been told that I haven't experienced the new opening school year, that jitters that people get. But I tell you, there are a lot of sleepless days and nights, and I've been sort of agitated myself as we navigate through this COVID situation. And one thing I wanted to add also is that because of this COVID situation, just like children, COVID doesn't come with instructions. And I think that, we can honestly say that we're doing the very, very best we can, and we're all getting antsy and want to go out and we want to engage with people, go to the park and various things. So, we're all getting a little stressed out, if not yet, should be. So let's just make it a great school year. Everybody stay safe, and Wakanda forever. And I am Vanessa Guillen.
Trustee Santos?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to Dr. Lathan and all of Team HISD. I have friends that are still teachers that are still working right now, and they've been up since 7 this morning. So kudos to you teachers out there. Just reminding you how to give yourself grace. To the parents out there, people try to make this look easy. It's not easy. Nothing about teaching is easy. Nothing about holding the attention of a 4, 5, 6, 7-year-old is easy, or even a 16-year-old. But I did want to read something that I received an email from a teacher, and I wanted to read that. It said, "At school today, we played paletas and porcupines, which is like roses and thorns. Some of my students loved spending time with family and going to the lake. I could hear mothers sitting on beds next to their children. I could see Wi-Fi dropping and picking up, parents egging on their children as they wrote completely beautiful and absolutely terribly punctuated sentences. I also learned that I had at least 6 students who had family members pass away this summer. Even on my worst day, I don't have the worries that some of my students do." And I want to thank this teacher. I was in tears when I read this. Y'all, we cannot continue the status quo. Our children that are in poverty have been facing long-standing racist policies that have contributed to where we are today. So I want to urge my colleagues just to get out of our comfort zones and thank you so much for allowing us to have some difficult conversations. And I continue to want to have these difficult conversations. We have to be courageous when everybody else isn't. And in light of George Floyd and Vanessa Guillen, Breonna Taylor, all the injustices that are being served to our communities and communities of color, I just want to challenge each and every one of us to have these hard conversations and to thank you, and especially Dr. Lathan, who was really supportive in helping move along some agenda items that were overlooked. So thank you again.
Thank you all, especially to our HISD family. This is a incredibly challenging start to any school year. And, I know amongst all of our board members, we have at least 4 of us that have children ranging in age from pre-K through high school. We have trustees with grandchildren, nieces and nephews. And, we all are sitting at home with our kids on computers, and we know that this is not a normal year. And we all are committed to making sure our kids are staying safe, that our employees are staying safe, and making sure that our children still grow. And I think that is the most important thing to remember. How do we make sure that we are supporting the growth of our students while keeping everybody safe and healthy? So thank you to Team HISD and the HISD family for all that you are doing for our children. Dr. Lathan, do you have anything to share?
Yes, thank you again to the trustees. Number one, I want to thank you for your support over the past 6 months. You truly allowed me to do what we needed to do for the district. Initially, based on the emergency constraints, we're now almost getting close to setting board goals, so that's very exciting. So I want to thank you all. It has been a totally different year in the right direction. Thank you to members of Team HISD for all of your hard work over the past 6 months getting ready for the opening of school. I want to also recognize Reliant and the Texans, although I hear that things are not going well right now. But we want to say thank you because they have partnered with us on our campaign, Attend to Win, and they will be supporting through videos, drop into classrooms virtually to support our students and encourage them to attend. So they're still winners with us, and we want to thank them for their partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lathan. Our next regular board meeting will be on October 8th, and agenda review.
Madam President, before you close out, I have a question for Dr. Lathan before she closes out.
Okay.
Please, it was a question that was asked. Dr. Lathan, I know we went through Hurricane Harvey. The question has been asked, have any of the students of our Louisiana visitors or anything have reached out to HISD for any assistance for school or anything? Has there been any reach out? Because I know we have a lot of the Louisiana visitors. Maybe something we can entertain later if they do start calling. It was just a question that came up, and I want to make sure I didn't forget to ask that question. Because, they can't go back home. So I don't know if that question has been asked.
We have not received any, no one has contacted the district as it relates to support.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next regular board meeting will be on October 8th, and agenda review for that meeting will be held on October 1st. Additionally, our next governance workshop will be Tuesday, September 15th. There being no further business, this meeting is officially adjourned at 9:40 p.m. I will see you all next week for our governance workshop. Good night. Have a great weekend and rest up after the first week of school, especially for those of you that have pre-K students. All righty. Good night, y'all.
Yeah, bye, Kathy.